Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Carlson.
Not present.
Councillor Crowson.
Here.
Wick.
Present, unlike Councillor Carlson.
Not. Councillor Palladino.
Present.
Schmidt-Rempel. Here. Acting Mayor Parker is absent. Deputy Mayor Middleton Hope.
Present.
Mayor Hagan. Not present.
On vacation. Great. We'll read the motion. Please be it resolved that we do now enter a closed meeting at 11:15 a.m., actually 11:16 a.m., to discuss confidential matters with respect to items 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, as per Section 17, harmful to personal privacy, Sections 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Do I have a mover? Raise your hand.
Can someone move that?
There we go. Thank you. Councillor Palladino, all in favor? Yes, thank you. Okay, so we'll take a couple of moments to go in camera. Okay, we'll bring this meeting to order of the Economic Standing Policy Committee for June the 21st, 2023. I will commence with the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people, past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also the home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. Madam Clerk, please read the roll call.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Carlson.
Present.
Councillor Croson.
Present.
Councillor Dodick.
Present.
Councillor Palladino.
Present.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Acting Mayor Parker.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Middleton Hope.
Present.
And Mayor Hagan.
Present.
I see him on Teams. He's there. All present. Thank you.
Present, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and apologize to the public. We had a very long in-camera meeting this morning. We also have a very long agenda this afternoon, so please bear with us. We'll try and get to all the matters in a timely fashion. So I'll call the Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting to order. Madam Clerk, are there any revisions to the agenda?
No, Deputy Mayor, there's no revisions to this agenda today. Thank
Right.
you.
Then I have a motion before me from Acting Mayor Parker. Adoption of the agenda, be it resolved that the June 21st, 2023 agenda of the Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting be adopted as presented.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that passes unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have before me the consent agenda, also from Acting Mayor Parker. Be it resolved that the minutes of the Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting held on May 17th, 2023 be approved, and that the Deputy Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. Further, be it resolved that the status of initiatives for June 21, 2023 be received as information. Acting Deputy.
I call the question, Mayor.
Question's been called. All in favor? And we have a consensus again. Thank you. You want that here? Okay. All right. We're moved up. All right. So the first of 6 presentations this afternoon. The first one will be from the Lethbridge Old Timers Sports Association, known as LOSA or LOSA, and the Henderson Project. Mr. Mikado, would you please come forward?
Deputy
And
Mayor?
Mr. Swada, are you here as well? There you are.
Deputy Mayor?
Excellent. You have a total of 10 minutes.
Mr. Chairman?
Deputy,
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
okay, you can hear me. I'm just going to step away for this as I am a member of the Lethbridge Old Timers Sports Association. So I'll step away, and if the city clerk can please let me know when this presentation is done, and I'll be sure to attend the remaining. Thank
And
you.
is the conflict as an old timer or is it as a sports figure? Gentlemen, you have,
I'll leave that to you to figure that out.
all right. Gentlemen, you have 10
Thank you.
minutes.
Great, thanks. Chair, Deputy Mayor John Middleton Hope, members of Economic Standing Policy Committee. We're here to go over the Henderson project, which we've been working on for the last few years. Next slide. Here's the agenda, who we are, the project vision, community support, project proposal history, financials, LOSA's request to council, and then questions after that. Next slide. So the Lethbridge Old Timers Sports Association, adult recreational hockey and social organization. We're approximately 200 members, very community involved. We do scholarships with any extra funds that we have. We've donated over the last few years. Or the last few years we haven't donated as much because of the project. We've been in conception since 1975 and contributed about $250,000 back into the community. Next slide. LOSA's vision is to partner with the city to construct a community room at the south end of the Henderson Arena. We put the proposal towards LOSA membership in 2018, and were granted permission to go forward and the spending of $25,000 towards architectural drawings. The area is about 3,000 square feet, community area, boardroom, storage, kitchen, and washrooms, and an office space for LOSA. The community room would be used for nonprofits at low or no cost to rent with audio-visual equipment. Next slide. Indoor options that within the area already designed for community gatherings. It's in close proximity to, well, within the arena, the Ball Diamond, tennis courts, Henderson Lake, skate park, and swimming pool. Could also be used for meetings, presentations, trainings, and social functions. Support from the community, we have letters of support from various other organizations, which I think you all have in your package. Next slide. So this is a rendering of where the room would be located at the south end, where the small rink used to be. This shows also the project roughly of the CIP that's coming up in the next few years. Next slide. Also a rendering. This would be on the looking towards the south end of the rink. Next slide. This is within the space, so this would be a top view. This shows the boardroom, office, warming kitchen, washrooms, some storage areas. We expect to have glass along the whole north end of that room, so if you were in there, you'd be able to look out onto the arena. Next slide. We have community or letters of support from these community members. Next slide. So the history, kind of where all this started. So we started around 2019. Meetings with city managers, city departments, facility services, culture, finance, legal, procurement, risk management. Request by the city. There was a request by the city for us to get architectural drawings so that we could actually get construction costs. So the membership supported our ask for about $25,000 for architectural drawings, which we went out and got. The drawings that we currently have are ready for construction. Let's see, budget up to date. So we do have a contractor. We've got all the pricing together, so we know what the project will cost. 2023, meetings with city administration ensure proper coordination with the CIP project. Project D17 Henderson Ice Center upgrade. Next slide. So this is financially kind of where we're at right now, I guess. We have the CCPG grant through the city, matching to $630,000. LOSA's portion is about $415,000. In 2019, we received, so the CCPG grant, we've had to reapply. We used in 2019, we used 15,000 of it for part of our prints and such. And then we reapplied again to get it just because of the time frame with COVID and everything. Drawings ended up costing about $32,700. Grant covered $15,000. LOSA contribution for matching funds was $15,000, and in kind by architects was $2,700. In 2021, we applied and got the grant again for $200,000. Next slide. So this is kind of where our donations from LOSA come from. We have major donors right now in the amount of $255,000. Trade in kind, we're budgeting about $100,000. LOSA contribution, $10,000, And our advertising revenue from board advertising in the first year would be $35,000, which gives us about $400,000. Next slide. So this is the base fund scenario. Community capital project for $215,000, LOSA for $25,000, major donors $255,000, which is about $495,000. LOSA gift in kind, which is going to be trades that are going to work, put a certain amount of money towards the work at no cost or lower costs. LOSA advertising revenue from the boards of $35,000, which brings us to about $630,000. Additional support that we require is about $455,000 for a total budget of about $1,085,000. Next slide. So one of the scenarios we went through is to possibly get the city to front-end finance. We would sign up businesses about 35 for $1,000 a year for 5-year commitment. It's just we won't have the full 5 years, so we'd be paying the city back over the next 5 years, or 4 years, sorry. First year we would get, and the next 4 years we'd have to finance. Next slide. So these are two different scenarios. A scenario of city support for $455,000, which would include that financing. And then the next one is if the pledges, the front-end financing was given to LOSA for $140,000 and then additional LOSA contributions for $70,000. And then we'd only require $245,000 from the city. Next slide. So it's LOSA's request from this the city council support the project the amount of $245,000, the provision of $140,000 front-end financing over a 4-year term with permission to work with the city administration to undertake the details, leasing, GST implications on the project, required by law, and budget amendments. So, next slide. And that's it. Hopefully I didn't talk too fast. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm wondering if there's anyone from the public who would like to speak on this matter? Anyone from the public? And for a third time, anyone from the public would like to speak on this matter? Seeing none, then I'm wondering if any members of council have a question for the presenters? I don't see Councillor Carlson in there. Oh, there he is. Okay. Councillor Carlson, go ahead.
I think technically he was first on the buzzer, but I'll take it. Let's talk about your planned operating model if this moves ahead. Would you be subleasing it to other groups? How would you be financing the ongoing operations of it?
Ongoing operations, we're hoping to use the city's booking system for booking the space and whether it's rented at a lower reduced cost to other facilities.
So you are looking at to rent it out to other groups, and you're hoping the city would somehow be involved with that, but that would have to be figured out. Let me just ask then a very blunt question. Why should we support this and compete with ourselves on renting other places? Because we already have our own rental spaces. Would this be competition, or is there enough need to warrant it as well?
I think with the letters of support that we were given from other associations that the space is warranted in that area.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Carlson, for beating me to the punch. I had very similar questions. And so the first one is probably to our administration, if I can, so to the city manager or designate. Capacity. We've made several large investments over the last few years. I'm thinking of the Southern Alberta Ethnic Association, Nika Yuko, just to name two that spring to mind for these types of community use spaces. have we done a look to see what the capacity is? Because my recollection is both of those organizations are experiencing challenges renting out their space because we may have overbuilt. So that, do we have any information on capacity? And yes, there's letters of support, but do we already have, as Councillor Crowson said, opportunities for organizations?
Councillor Carlson, thank you for the question. You're correct. Some of our other organizations that do have meeting spaces are having difficulty filling those spaces. This one could be considered a different type of use, more for sporting organizations to utilize. We don't have specific data that would indicate at this time that there is an excess of meeting space, but we have been hearing from our groups that they're having difficulty filling their spaces.
Right. So to go back to Councillor Crowson's comment, we'd be adding more to the already not too fierce competition, is what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Carlson.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harper, for that. Second question, Mr. Mikado, or to the LOSA group. You're talking about a 4-year payback, but only of a certain percentage. Did your group ever consider extending that to, say, a 15-year and pay back the entire amount? I'm just wondering why you came up with we'll pay back a third of it over 4 years.
So our first, the first scenario was just for the 5 years. Now our board changes every 3 years, so to commit for another 5 years after that, it would be difficult for us to commit at this time. We had talked about the option of a 5-year, and then if it goes well, I can't see why we can't extend it for another 5 years. And we had thought after that, like if it worked out that we only did the 5 years, anything following that, the money that was made, so it could be another $35,000, we thought half of that could go towards building maintenance and half of it LOSA would give away to the public. We give away to organizations, any extra money we have.
Great. Thank you. And Deputy Mayor, I do have a final question. Is there anyone else in the queue?
There is, but no one more important.
You're very kind. Just a question through you to the city manager or designate funding for this. Because if we're front-ending, that traditionally means we take out a loan. And so maybe the 455, I think it was, thousand is actually going to be much, but certainly greater than that over time. Or is there a different way to fund this from grants, et cetera?
Members of Economic Standing Policy Committee, to Councillor Carlson. Between the two pieces, we'd probably look at two different funding sources if council was wishing to do this. One, the $245,000 most likely would come from the one-time funding that council set aside in the CIP. So would that be that $10 million? There is about $2.5 million of commitments against it so far, against that amount. And the other piece on it for the interim financing or internal loan to the organization, that would come from the MRSR and be a loan similar to other not-profit groups that would come through.
And what percent do we usually charge to that?
So the couple things over the years, council has, I'm just going to grab some notes here, but there's been a little bit different on interest rates over the last number of years. So I'll just, normally, our internal loan policy, now that's not necessary for not-for-profits, would suggest that council gives the provincial province of Alberta rate plus 0.25%. Now that is if you're similar to what the council had done for when lended for the exhibition, where we're borrowing external. When it's for other not-for-profit groups, it's been a mixed component inside of there, and with more times that it's actually a 0% loan and concessionary. but
Thank you.
that's a
Thank you, Deputy
decision of
Mayor.
council.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you. And of equal importance, Councillor Campbell.
Well, thank you for that. But I think the important guy just asked the question that I was going to ask. But I did want to get to what spurned the Old Timers Association to come up with the concept. Why? What was the genesis of saying, you know, we need this? Where? Take me through that.
Well, I guess we look at other groups within the city. They all have, like minor hockey, they have their office and facility on the west side. Figure skating has theirs. Minor hockey also has, I guess, at the Logan Boulet. So we just thought the space wasn't being used, that it'd be a good spot. And we play there, more than half of our games are played there.
But so was there a real demand by your organization to have that facility? Because you're adding on to, this will be good for local groups, other sports groups. So how did you how did the board come to that decision that this would be good or that it's important?
Question. Barry, I might need your help here.
Well, as far as the genesis, it started back in 2018, and that's when I first came on the board. And so the concept was discussed at that time with the board, with the membership. So it was, and I'm not sure who started the idea of whatever the concept, but it was back then that the membership was asked to support the organization or support the project. And indeed they did. They came up with approval for going ahead with $25,000 in architectural drawings. So that's how much the membership did support it, because at that point, it was just a concept. And yet LOSA was agreeable to go forward with it and provide $25,000 out of our coffers to a project that may or may not go forward with. So it was an idea that's been fully supported by our membership. And in fact, one of the major donors is Mike Davis. His family is one of the major donors that have gone forward in the past, and his grandfather is one of the founders of LOSA, dating back almost 48 years, and so he has 1975. So that's how far back that there's been support, and his family is greatly supporting this whole concept. And one of the other things about this concept is that we're not financing it through the rentals. What we're hoping to do is have nonprofits be able to, I guess, rent it out at either no cost or low cost. And we're not wanting to profit from this in any way, but make it available to nonprofits. Because there's a lot of nonprofits. I'm a member of one where we meet in our somebody's house because we can't afford to go and meet in a boardroom. So if we had this kind of concept, this organization could come and just rent it at either low cost, because we're only trying to recoup whatever janitorial cost there might be in holding a meeting. So it's from that perspective. If there was sort of market rates that were discussed earlier, that really wasn't what our concept was. In fact, if that was going to be at market rates, then we'd have to talk to the city about what would happen in that instance. And so therefore, we were thinking that we would have a lease agreement in place, and that lease agreement would give LOSA some benefits, but also the city, and they could market out and use it for their purposes at the market rates if there was a wedding or a family function or something like that. But our emphasis was not on that side. It was just more to make it available to nonprofits.
Okay. And I don't know if there's an answer to this, but just a thought, because we're always faced with rising costs, and administration would know all about this. But what kind of fear do we have of looking into the future of rising costs for what they're asking for? If anybody wants to take that on, or is this just going to be, we'll just take it as it comes? Anybody want to take that?
We did put in a contingency of,
We did?
10%.
Okay, good.
The thing is, we just recently went out, so it's not like these costs are, have been put in place for 3 years. Our original budget was about $800,000, and of course, through COVID, it increased by 25% approximately, and so now we're at the stage where we are. So we went out for tender, like Mike said, just at the beginning of the year.
Right.
So it's not like the costs are going to completely inflate because we want to start this project this year, hopefully. And so it would just be between that point in time and the few months that have transpired.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I see Councillor Crowson has jumped back into the queue. Okay.
So this partly will go to, possible motion idea. But what I'm hearing from this, and I'll ask the question to the city manager or designate, we've had groups that have wanted to look at the Bowman because they need meeting space and they need storage space and everything else. And we know that, this group is just bringing forward a problem that we're hearing from a lot of groups. There is so much need for not-for-profits, for the small volunteer organizations to have space. Does, from a city perspective, from an operational perspective, which is why I'll ask the question of the city manager, is there a better way of doing this, not to do it looking at case by case, but to look at it more holistically, looking at the Bowman issue and everything as well, and to do this as a combined so we create the best resources for the entire community? So, Mr. City Manager, should we refer this back to operations to look at in a holistic manner?
Through the Deputy Mayor, that's certainly a consideration that council or committee could make, is to us to have administration provide a more holistic look at this. And of course, there are additional pieces that would need to be worked out with LOSA should this move forward as well.
So I know it is Councillor Campbell's motion, though I don't think there's anything actually written. So that would be my suggestion at this point, is we refer this to administration to bring back following the summer break. But that's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. So, with the...
Just a quick, is there, for the association, how important is a timeline here for you?
Well, the sooner the better, I guess. Like, we would like to get started, because once the CIP project starts, we're not going to be able to continue until the end of it, which is likely going to be in 2026. So,
right.
There's a short time frame here. We've been meeting with city administration for the last 5 years, but because of the last upgrade to the Henderson project, we've been given a window of this year up until March 31st or April 1st of next year to have the project completed.
Have it completed, so you'd have to get started right away.
You have to start right away. And the issue with us is that this project has been going on for 4 or 5 years. And we've got some, we've got a lot of momentum, especially with our major donors that have said that we're very interested at this point in time. But if we have to wait for 3 years, which is the next time that we can move forward with it, I'm not so sure that they would be still interested, and I'm not sure the project would go forward if we didn't have the 255,000 major donors interested in the project. And we'd have to reapply for the major capital project grant, or the CCPG grant. So we'd basically be starting over again, and I'm just fearful that our momentum would wane.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. We'll be with you in just one moment. We're just drafting a motion on behalf of Councillor Crowson. All right, we're winging this one. This is a motion from Councillor Crowson for the Lethbridge Old Timers Sports Association Henderson Project Future Timelines and Presentations. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee refer this item to administration to review other options and feasibilities and return to the Economic Standing Policy Committee at their September the 13th, 2023 meeting. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that you have momentum and you have a timeline, but we have to be concerned about setting this within the larger context and worrying about the concerns of other community groups at the same time. This is a short break. September is going to be here before any of us are ready for it. It does give administration some time to look at some of the other things we have moving forward and to make sure we have this in a comprehensive manner. I would suggest that we do this better and not just necessarily quick, and make sure we look at it holistically. So that is why the bit of a break. I would ask, the date, September 13th, is the next economic. Is that a sufficient timeline to the city manager and his team? Would be one question I'd have before we vote on this or look at this further.
Looking to Mr. Harper if he has any thoughts on that. It's tight to come back. For that, we might need a little more time to, given the summer constraints, to look at that. The other piece, if I could speak to this with the timelines to complete at this point anyway, it would extend this out till the end of this year if we were to work through the other requirements. So, Mr. Harper, timelines for September, or?
Mr. City Manager, I would agree. It'd be difficult to get really good information from groups over the summer. Everybody knows that groups don't meet over the summer. It's difficult. Everybody's on holidays. I think September might be difficult to get some really good, useful information to be able to guide that discussion by September.
Economic in October?
October 18th.
I guess why we're looking at you blankly, is that enough time?
I think October's more reasonable as far as coming back, at least with the high-level information that.
And does that give you? And you can tell your donors it's our fault if there's a bit of a delay. So just put the blame on us. Everybody else does.
That was my plan.
Touche. But like I said, to look at it comprehensively, to have a better perspective, to give admin the chance to work with the group, I think a little bit of time is warranted. We're not saying yes or no, but we're just saying let's do our due diligence moving forward. And so that is my opening debate.
Thank you. Councillor Dodick.
Excuse me, actually, I have a question. I'm losing my voice again. I don't know what's happening. It's actually to the presenters. Putting it off to mid-October, is that doable for you, or does that kill the project?
I'm not so sure the project will move forward. We could take it back for membership, but based on our going back to the AGM and going back to our for example, to Mike Davis, like I said before, our timeline is by working with the Henderson upgrade project. Their timeline that they've given to us is that we have to have ours completed by March of 2024. Our next time frame would be March of 2026 to start. So it's, and I would say it would be doubtful that we would move ahead with the project
at least.
So if this motion were to pass, it may actually be moot to your project in the sense that...
I would think so. We would, again, meet back with administration to see if they could move their timelines for us, but indications are that we have this small window to complete the project by March of next year, and if that's not the case, it's another 2 years before we could even start it. And like Mike said, by that time, we'll have a whole new board. Our donors probably or may not be interested in anymore. So it's a 50-50. I don't know what you're...
I would suspect that if we go that long, we likely wouldn't go ahead. Like, and we're not, like, I guess just kind of a, argument with the whole process, but we're trying to do a project and have the city on the hook for the least amount of money. So...
on that point, I'm just curious. I saw different numbers. One was 455, but are you asking for 245 plus 140, or are you asking for 240?
240 plus the front-end finance on the advertising. So the 140, we expect to pay that back within the next 4 years.
So you're asking for 385?
Yep.
But that would be front-end financing, that 140, so that wouldn't come out of the city's city funding. That would only initially come from the MRSR and be repaid, just like all the rest of the loans.
I understand that, yeah. Okay. But I mean, the initial outlay would be 385, of which 140 would be returned.
Correct.
Thank you. Sorry, 245, 140 of which would be returned. 245 plus 140 would be returned. Thank you.
One last question to the city manager. In regards to the timeline, is that flexible at all?
Actually, just to bring some clarity to it, Deputy Mayor, is something that, not to sound like I'm debating, I'm just going to speak to the facts. So even if this was to proceed today, the timeline from now till the last council meeting on July 25th to develop the new CIP budget, which could theoretically seek approval on the 25th of July, and from there go to a first reading of a lending bylaw on September 19th. Second and third reading of the lending bylaw on October 31st, and then the 30-day court application period, which is a requirement to lapse, would take us to November 30th, meaning that the earliest construction could start would be in December anyway. I would expect that, I'll look to LOSA, I can't ask questions, but I would expect that would be pretty tight for you, even if this was to go today.
Probably.
So I think what I'm trying to convey by the facts is I think it's kind of up against it anyway. Again, I'm just presenting the facts to council and whatever the decision is from there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
The city manager just answered my question.
Great. It goes back to the mover.
I greatly appreciate where the group is coming from, but my concern is setting a precedent and knowing how many community groups I have spoken to recently who are looking for space. If we approve this without doing our due diligence, we will have about 50 more groups in front of us in no time, because I know there are a lot of groups that are looking for space and are having options and need stuff. And so it is a difficult decision, but I think we need the time. And as we've heard from the city manager, some of this stuff is going to take some time behind the scenes to do anyways, and giving us some time to have the conversation will just fit in with that timeline. So I'm going to ask for my colleagues' support.
All right then.
I'll call the question.
Question has been called. All in favor of the motion?
I was going to.
Oh, sorry, Mark.
I was just going to say
Funny come lately.
I will not support that motion. I believe that the LOSA has come forward with, they've been on this project for a number of years. They've shown I think they've shown a lot of their own due diligence. And I know one way or the other, they're going to be up against it. But I think if we approve the original request, that at least shows the definite intent of the organization, and perhaps that'll help their sponsors keep their interest with it and go forward with the project. So I'm not going to be supporting that particular motion. Thanks.
I've called the question.
To add clarity, then, the question has been called. Oh. Councillor Carlson, are you now going to?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was in for debate.
Actually, you're not on my board.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. You can jump in.
Sorry, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will be supporting this motion. I love the idea, I love the concept. However, I've been bitten before by loving projects as they come up, one-offs, without actually examining in total capacity and needs in our community. As I said, we've already invested heavily in community meeting space, and I think we've overinvested due to the fact that each of those groups keeps coming to us for extra operating costs, because we didn't do a good enough job of figuring out, was this really needed and will it be utilized in our community? So I would rather take the time to figure out what we have, what's needed in our community, and what it's going to cost us, and move forward. I'm just reminded of other capital projects that we've invested in, and then less than a year later, we've had organizations come to us and say, yeah, thank you for the building, and I know we told you it was going to be cheap and free and no extra cost, but now we need an extra $1 million operating because nobody's renting, because nobody actually needs all that space. So I love the idea, but I've got to make sure, it's just on behalf of our community, that we're not overbuilding and causing the taxpayer to pick up the tab. So I'd rather wait and do a thorough examination. So I appreciate Councillor Croson's motion, and I will be supporting it.
I'm just waiting a moment to make sure that somebody hasn't jumped back into the queue again. Councillor Croson.
Call the question.
We'll call the question. All those in favor of the proposed motion, please raise your hands. All those opposed? The motion is lost. I was going to say defeated. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
An alternate motion can be put forward.
So we're just investigating an alternate motion from Councillor Campbell. Just give us a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess for 10 minutes as we get our wagons in a circle and figure this out. Please bear with us. Is that going to be shown on the screen? Okay. Just waiting for the motion as proposed by Councillor Campbell to come up on the screen. Councillor Campbell. The motion reads, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee refer this item to administration to work with LOSA to identify the following: a new CIP summary including any operational costs for the facility, required draft agreements and/or bylaws, associated construction timelines for this project, and the 2022 to 2031 CIP D-17 Henderson Ice Center upgrade project, and additional costs and impacts on the city's capital project CIP D-17 resulting from this new proposal LOSA project, and forward the information to the July 25th, 2023 meeting of council. Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, any questions from my colleagues?
I see Councillor Crowson is in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I realize I'm a little out of step with where we are now. It's not so much a debate, but it is a question through you to the city manager or designate. Just before we look at some of this, we're looking at operational costs, et cetera. But I have a question about the capital. We have a CCPG of $215,000. Just so I am clear in my own head, that is already city money. Am I correct on that? That is a city grant?
To active members of our committee and to Councillor Crowson, that is correct.
And is that a matching grant?
Yes, it is. It's a 1/3, 2/3 match.
And let me ask it this way. Can money from the city be used for a matching grant in the city?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. The other thing is, this is essentially what I was asking for, and so now the same question to the city manager as I asked, is this doable? It's much tighter than October.
We're just chatting amongst ourselves. It's really, really tight. I will say that. That's about the most I can say at this point. It's not impossible, but I can see it from where I'm standing.
Are we talking turkey dinner tight?
Yeah, maybe.
All right. Councillor Campbell?
Thanks. If there's no other questions. I mean, I know that the timelines are tight, and I know that this is a difficult battle to fight here for LOSA right now, just given on all of the timelines that have to happen if we approve this today and things got started. But it is their hope to at least get kind of a green light, and this is sort of a part of what I hope we can accomplish here and bring it to our next meeting of council with more questions. So with that, I'll leave it up to the rest of my colleagues, but I ask for your support.
Still have Councillor Dodick in the queue for debate. Okay.
Excuse me. Thank you. The reason I didn't support Councillor Crowson's resolution previously was because it effectively would have been moot for this organization. It had been and continues to be my intention to say no to the request for the money. Unfortunately, I have to say that because this is a one-off that needs more information, but unfortunately to get that information puts you in a place where it makes it almost moot for them. So it had been my hope that the resolution that would come forward would have said to give the money, at which time I would have voted against it for the reasons I just said. So for different reasons, I will be voting against this resolution because I don't want this organization to be twisting in the wind thinking that money is available when I'm getting a sense that the money is not there. So I'd rather just say no today rather than create a situation where there's a hope that the money would be available when in fact it likely would not. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting this resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I was trying to take my hand down because Councillor Dodick basically just gave my debate of why I won't be supporting as well. So I'll just say ditto.
Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Campbell. I don't see you on here. There you go, Acting Mayor Parker, thank you.
Thank you very much. When I see the resolution, when I first saw the project, I wanted to take an opportunity to ponder it. And that's a word we don't use very often is, I don't want to say yes, I don't want to say no, but I also felt like we weren't ready to make a decision today. And I think it's unfair to the community for us to make that decision as well until we go through a process of doing our due diligence. When I see the resolution as it's written, and as I see it, it gives me an opportunity to ponder, to hear the pros and the cons. We have an organization that has leveraged lots of private funds, also leveraged city funds. And so I don't know if I'm for or against the project, but I think if I have the more information for the administration to go through it, and I understand and I appreciate that it is a tight timeline, I believe I have an opportunity to have an off-ramp come July if need be. So for that reason, I think we should at least go through the process. By passing this resolution does not endorse this project in any way. It just gives us an opportunity to ponder it and going through a process of due diligence. So for that reason, I will be supporting it.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
I have a question, Mr. Chair, if that could be permitted. Yes, certainly of the mover. It's a
clarifying question.
Clarifying question. How is this different than what Councillor Crowson put forward that we just voted on? Would that not also be included as part of this?
I guess my concern was the how much it was going to be delayed. That was mostly my concern, because it was going to be the end of October, and I was hoping this gets done a little more speedily. That was my thought.
So I guess further to that, then, can we not have some of that information that Councillor Crowson also requested by July 25th?
Yep, would be a little too tight, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. Then it's back to you, Mr. Campbell.
Call for the vote.
All right. All those in favor of the motion, signify by raising your hand. All those opposed, motion is defeated. Thank you very much. That project is dead. Okay, move forward to 5.2. Okay. All right, item 5.2 on the agenda, Water and Wastewater 2022-2031 Capital Improvement Program Amendment. Presenter, Mr. Doug Kalp. And Mr. Kalp, how much time do you anticipate? 10 minutes. Great.
Not much. I'll move quickly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we're presenting today is amendments to the capital improvement program for the water and wastewater utilities. Next slide. So these are our charts from the annual report that was presented a month or two ago to the Civic Works SPC, and the key items here are that there's evidence that the capacity at the water and wastewater plants is diminishing. You can see from in the table, for example, in 2017 and in 2021, which were hot and dry summers, that we set record peak demands and approached 90% of the capacity of the treatment plant. Similarly, at the wastewater plant, 2019 was especially high load year. And so depending on what portion of the plant is, whether it's strength or volume, you'll see that the capacity of the existing facility is in short supply. We also know that there are anticipated demands in the next 5 years. The McCain's French fry plant has announced a doubling of their facility. We know that there's, we've had expansions of industrial facilities within the city, and we anticipate more. Next slide. So this is just a sneak preview of the final slide of the deck to show that to demonstrate the impact of the increase in revenue requirements from this program can keep the rates within the city competitive. So currently we have some of the lowest water and wastewater rates in the province, and we would continue to do so with the increased revenue requirements that are proposed. Next slide. So in the water area in particular, we have a number of projects required to achieve the expansion of the system to deliver 180 million liters a day from the current 150 million liters a day. The total phase 1 program, which is all of those green bars on the chart, add up to $123 million worth of investment, some of which are included in the current CIP. Next slide. So this is the process diagram for the water plant. I just want to show you what areas of the plant would be included in the expansion. Next. So next. Good. Perfect. So we can see that we have nearly every portion of the plant covered. There's East E12, which is the process redundancy project, deals with the clarification area. E28 takes care of the filters. E14 is the replacement of the UV disinfection equipment, and we have the other projects are electrical upgrades, which were included in the current CIP, but added to that are high lift pump expansions to deliver the additional water, some fill line projects and reservoir projects. So that the total is 123 million, as I mentioned before. The 92.4 million would be borrowed, and so the financing of that will impact the operating budget, and it also included is 7 full-time equivalent employees for approximately $1 million worth of operating budget pressure. Next slide. So this is the financing chart. You can see the yellow bars are the existing loans, the debentures that we have in place, and this is the annual payments required to manage that debt, to service that debt. And then the green bars are what we're looking at today, those phase 1, that collection of phase 1 projects that was over $90 million of loans, and the payments for that out of the operating budget would be managed by increasing the revenue requirement for the utility by 6.5% per year for the next 4 or 5 years. Next slide. So if there are no specific questions on water, I'll jump into the wastewater similar package. Are we okay, Mr. Chairman?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So on the wastewater side is the existing wastewater treatment plant has and conveyance system has a capacity of 39 million liters a day for average day, and these improvements would increase that to 45 million liters a day. This phase one projects, the green bars add up to $88 million worth of investment. And that would include projects that are in the current CIP, like the WAS thickening and electrical upgrades, but also additional projects that provide capacity. So just for context, in both cases of the utilities, the current CIP is driven by life cycle replacements. In general, none of those projects added capacity, so they've been reconfigured with our objective of increasing the capacity, and then there's additional projects in there as well. Outside of the approval window or the blue bars, which are projects that we would expect to deliver within the 10-year window, just so you can see the Sledge Lagoon upgrades, flood mitigation, and the outfall. Next slide. So again, like I demonstrated with the water plant, this is the wastewater plant process diagram, and so we'll just rattle off some projects here. Next. Good, thank you. And so we have the E19 in the center is the WAS thickening project. It was in the existing CIP. It's been expanded to add capacity and some additional scope. For those of you that may have had the pleasure of being toured of the wastewater treatment plant, you'll recall the gravity belt thickener, which is an impressive thing to watch, but is in great need of replacing with something that's lower maintenance. There's projects that cover each and every area. The E31, for example, is the ultraviolet disinfection. That equipment is at the end of its useful life, and we had a capital project to replace the existing equipment, and now in light of the mandate to expand the system, it's replacing the one unit that's there today with a second setup to add the capacity. So we have on the wastewater side $88 million worth of capital projects. 71.4 million of it is in borrowing that would be serviced and financed. Just identical to the water utility, the operating budget pressures is the result of 7 FTEs at approximately $1 million a year. Next slide. So this is the debt servicing chart for the wastewater utility, and just as same as on the one I showed you for the water, the yellow bars are the existing debenture debt payments, and you can see over time they fall off as those loans get paid off, and then the green bars are the phase one borrowing of that 71 and some $1 million, and that the servicing of that debt, in addition to the existing approved operating budget, results in a 7.5% increase in the revenue requirement for the utility in order to service that debt. Next slide. So I showed you this one at the start. With the 6.5% increase in water and 7.5% increase in wastewater over the next 3 years within the current operating budget, you can see that the average residential monthly bill would move from approximately $60 a month to $75 a month, which is still compares favorably to all the other municipalities within the province that we're comparing here. So the Calgary and Red Deer are over $100 a month currently, and following the rate adjustments, in Lethbridge would still be considerably lower. Next slide. So that's the speed dating version of the capital amendments, and I'm open to answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. It's regrettably, it's equally confusing to when I listened to it last. One of the questions that I had, because I was first in the queue, you indicated, Mr. Kalp, that we have achieved peak capacity of 90% on how many occasions?
Okay, so that's based on the maximum day of a given year. So if that chart showed, average demand and peak day demand. So for one day in 2021 and one day in 2017, we hit those marks.
Okay, so effectively you've hit 90% capacity twice in the last 6 years.
Yes.
Okay. You talked about grant funding and special financing. How much of each?
Okay,
How much is grant funding?
There's currently, I think it's 0. Is that correct? So there's no grant funding. It's either accumulated surplus, capital surplus, and borrowing.
All right, so through a series of, I'm not sure how quite to characterize this, but the numbers seem to be shifting fairly substantially. We've got 2 major projects here. We're effectively going from, 76 million to 259 million?
Yes, that's correct. From the current CIP to this amendment, the difference being that the current CIP are projects that are life cycle replacement and maintenance driven improvements, and the additional ones provide the added capacity to the plants.
One other question before we go over to Mr. Matthews is, from the look of it, and I conferred with my colleague to my left, it looks like you're asking to add another 14 full-time equivalent positions in addition to this. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Well, in addition, it's built into the revenue requirements. So
built into your expenditures?
Yes. Yeah, the 6.5 and 7.5
yeah.
Have that. So it's
that's
not
revenue, but your expenses,
that's
it
correct.
should be built into your expenses.
Yes, it is.
So question to the city manager, to our CFO. So help us understand the money here a little bit. There's a number of numbers that have been thrown around. What are we being asked for? In characterizing it from going from $76 million, which is in maintenance, effectively?
Yes, that's the current CIPs.
Okay. To $259 million, how are we going to get there?
So through to Economic Standing Policy Committee and Deputy Mayor Milton Hope. In regards to here, I'm just going to give you a little bit here on totals, and so on the number side, and I'm going to use basically, I'm just checking with my over my right shoulder, make sure I'm going the right place here. So I'm going to talk about phase 1 costs. So that's the period of which, so what's a little bit confusing inside of here, you'll see in some of the sheets, and bear with me, is that the green pieces are what council will approve. So if you remember from the 2022 to 2031 CIP, we have years 2022 to 2026 approved. The green pieces, and this one's a little bit longer, they have 2027, so I'm going to give you a bit of a period in here of time frame. So that's phase one cost. So if you look at that sheet that's inside for both water and wastewater, those two, that amount for phase one, not including the blue components, is $211 million for both water and wastewater of cost. Now, what was previously approved inside of the CIP within those same projects was $76 million of that. Now, taking out also another $11.5 million of projects that were in there that were also previously approved but no longer required. They're being moved into those other, that 211, or being reconfigured. I'm just going to look at Mr. Cope and make sure I said that right. Yep, I'm getting a nod. So that comes down to a total of $123.5 million of additional money. That's both for water and wastewater in totality.
Now that's $123 million for phase one.
Correct.
Plus $38 million for transmission storage.
I'm going to let I see Mr. Sanchez is dying to get into that one, so I'll let him just speak there for a second.
Won't see him on the board. Okay, Mr. Sanchez, go ahead.
So that's correct. That additional for transmission that you mentioned before is outside of the CAP cycle. So that will be needed as the capacity demand is in place. That's when the transmission lines and reservoirs and other type of assets will be required to be in place. So that's why it's not included as part of the request that we have today for phase one.
But it will be requested.
Once the capacity is there and the demand is there, yes, that will be eventually maybe 10 years down the road, 5 years. It's outside of the 4 years windows that we are approving today.
Okay. Councillor Dodick.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Cope, I'm just trying to get a handle on the last CIP was approved back on June 1 of 2021, so that was prior to this current council. So obviously, something dramatically has changed between the approval of the last CIP to today's date to ask for a very significant increase to that CIP dealing with the water and the wastewater system. And in a nutshell, what really caused, have been driving the very dramatic change to the CIP that was approved in 2021, which is now being asked to be significantly amended in 2023?
To Councillor Dodick, there are a number of factors that demonstrated the need for additional capacity since the previous CIP was prepared. One of which was the setting a new peak demand in that following summer in 2021, when it was didn't rain for 100 days or so. The demands on our wastewater facility became more and more evident with increased industrial load during that period of time, and we've been faced with additional requests from the region, in particular the county, which we had rejected because of the lack of capacity. So there, it's really regional demands, industrial demands, and climate change are the factors that have come to light in the last couple of years. I guess that pretty much captures it. We do anticipate additional industrial demands with the announcements from McCain's and information from industries within our boundaries.
So is it fair to say that the information that is being presented to us today was not available to the prior council that approved the 2022-2031 CIP?
Yes.
So this question is to Mr. Sanchez, and the report that's in our agenda, it sort of alludes to it, but it's not as clear in my mind as perhaps it should be. But during the operating budget, the council had approved for the 3 years starting 2024 through 2026 an increase in water rates of 2% for each of those 3 years. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so the proposed rate increase for this, if the CIP amendments would go through, would be an additional 4.5% to get you to the 6.5% per year increase. So 2% has been approved. The 4.5% additional is being asked for 2024 through 2026, and that's how you arrive at the total of 6.5% increase in the water rates.
Yes, that's correct. And also to clarify, when the budget was approved, as you mentioned before, it was a 2% increase for water and 3% increase for wastewater. So in what we are asking or presenting today is an additional 4.5 of what was previously approved by council during the budget.
Right. You did answer my question on wastewater. So as you've noted, what is being requested today on a go-forward basis is an increase of 4.5% for each of the water rates and the wastewater rates, but that's in addition to what's already been approved, which is 2% to 3% respectively.
That's correct.
Thank you. Councilor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Sanchez, I believe Councilor Dota just said what you're asking for today. And this is quite a large ask, large amendment to our CIP. And I do trust Mr. Cope and Mr. Sanchez, city manager, and his administration. I have great trust in them. I trust they've done their due diligence on the needs for this. But as I said, it's quite a big ask to digest. And further, traditionally, the CIP is a lengthy process, many, many months. And then a week of fulsome question and debate by council before we approve it, and lots of public engagement. So I guess my question would be, is this a today decision that is necessary, or how could we move forward, allowing for some time and some pondering, but also to allow our ratepayers to be more engaged and informed about the need and the justification for this? Is this something council needs to act on today, or is there a way to prepare for this increase, but take some time?
So that's an excellent question. We are presenting the ask today at Economic SPC, but we can certainly wait until later in the year, maybe if council needs a month, a couple of months to go through this, and even we could come back with ideas at a later date on how this could be implemented. If I explain, or Mr. Cobb explained that before, this project is being driven by several factors, including mostly the regional and the commercial or industrial rates. So those are things that could also be evaluated, who is driving the need for the project, and where the total increase is 6.5 and 7.5, but that can be split in different ways depending on what is the driver for this need. So again, certainly we could evaluate if we need to come back at a later date with more details on that end.
And thank you for that. I appreciate that. I just, following our previous discussion, we were asked for couple $100,000 and I needed some time. This is a couple $100 million. So I'm wondering if I can, through you, Mr. Chair, to the city clerk, do we have something drafted that would give the community some indication of the possible amendments that we're contemplating, and yet give some time for them to be brought up to speed sort of on the justification? I would just hate to spring this on our community, our ratepayers, today without some soak time or the ability to discuss with them on the needs and justification, how exactly we're going to implement.
Councillor Carlson, do you have a copy of the motion?
I do not.
That will be proposed by you?
Oh, maybe my phone was dinging.
There you go. Just have a look at it and see if it responds favorably. And once you've done that, please jump back into the queue and I'll allow Councillor Crowson to go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Chair. As you've heard every member of council say, this is a lot of money, so we need to, again, do our due diligence. Is this a worst-case scenario? Are we eligible for any grants? So if we move ahead on this, can we find other ways of funding it? Because even if it does keep us the lowest in the province, I can tell you our residents won't care because they don't have more money to spend. So, or not many don't. So is there another way of funding this, or is this the only option?
No. To Councillor Crowson, thanks for the question. We have in the last 3-4 months endeavored to find other opportunities. We continue to seek grant funding for the projects and through a number of different angles. And so there may be opportunity by the time the projects are being delivered for there to be relief. This is definitely the worst case scenario. What's factored in here to fund the program is cash that we have in hand and the remainder borrowed and financed over time. And so any successful application for a grant would provide some relief. There are population restrictions on existing provincial grants, but we are exploring federal grants as well.
So if we want, with what Councillor Carlson was suggesting, take some breathing time, next time you come back, we could be seeing slightly different numbers based on any eligibility or any luck with grants, et cetera. So just to give the public an idea that this is the high level, we're going to work to try to bring it down. The other thing the public is going to be concerned about is whether we have done, again, all the work we possibly can. Is there anything else we can do in conjunction with this, instead of this? Are there efficiencies? Are there plans? Are there community engagements? Are we looking at any of that as we move ahead that would make this so that maybe we don't have as great a need for water because we're saving it in other places, or if we get it, we're extending the length of it? How else are we looking at making this so that we absolutely need this because we've done all the other work?
Again, Councillor Crowson, some of the actions that you refer to or that we could explore are efficiencies and conservation efforts with industrial customers as well as residential customers. One of the challenges for us, given that we have low rates, is that there's less of a financial incentive to reduce use, and so we continue to provide educational information. You can find on the city webpage actions that you can take in your home to reduce your consumption. We do have at the City of Lethbridge universal metering. Every customer has a water meter. Every water bill is based on consumption, and so that's a that's the foundation for moving forward on those types of actions.
So while, we have to look at whether we need to expand the plant, et cetera, we can also continue to work with the public on other ways to produce their own personal consumption as well as industrial consumption.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. City Treasurer, do you have something to add to the conversation?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just to Councillor Croson, and just a little bit more in regards to some of the things that we are looking at as well. So just like Mr. Coben mentioned, we are looking into grants, and those could be anything from the Disaster Mitigation Adaptation Fund, the Low Carbon Economy Challenge, or the Green Municipal Fund. So there's different ones that we're looking into. One of the other things that'll come up here too, right now we're basing it once again as worst case at our current provincial borrowing rates are 5.14%. Those could change next a while. Now they could change up or down in that regard. But we are also looking at other groups and other ways to finance that than what we've normally looked at in the past as well too. So there's a few things we're doing behind the scenes. But what we've brought forward so far is that worst case if we have to all borrow it from existing and what we know today.
So again, if Councillor Carlson brings forward his motion, this is to provide the information to the public, knowing we're continuing to work on it, but we want to hear from you and we want to have a community conversation, and this will move forward at some point. Thank you.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Kraut. A couple of questions that I have for you. We're looking at this, increasing our capacity, water, wastewater, particularly for the city. Is this in any way going to contribute to the growth of the region as well?
Yes, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, this does provide, having additional capacity does provide opportunity for us to entertain requests from the region for additional servicing over and above where we are today. So we currently, approximately 20% of our water that we process leaves the city to the communities of Coaldale, Colehurst, Picture Butte, out into the county, to the McCain plant, and Agri-Pure cheese, for example. So we have 20-25 year history of supporting economic development within the region, and this will provide us opportunity to continue to do that.
Thank you very much. Along that lines, then, when we're looking at this worst case scenario insofar as a 6.5% or 7.5% increase, how do we explain that to taxpayers and ratepayers? How do we explain that kind of increase?
Well, I think part of the narrative is that in the last 30-40 years, the treatment plant, the water plant in particular, has not expanded its capacity at all, and in light of that situation, our rates have been some of the lowest in the province, and this is as the community grows, as economic opportunities get added into the mix, we have consumed that available capacity, and this is an incremental cost that it takes us to continue to expand our community.
Thank you very much.
Great. I see no one else in the queue, but I'll go back to Councillor Carlson. Councillor Carlson, have you had an opportunity to look at the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I have. It makes perfect sense to me.
Perfect sense. Excellent. All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kell. No.
A quick question, if I may. To Mr. Coe, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel raised the question of the money that leaves, or the water that goes outside of the city limits into the county and beyond. Is that money sold at a preferred rate? Are we paying the same as somebody in Barron's or Pitcher Butte?
So, you mean as a retail customer? Yeah, the regional agreements that we have to supply water to the neighboring communities require that the retail rates are equal or greater than those within the city. So a residential or commercial customer in Coaldale will pay more than in the city of Lethbridge, and likewise with Colehurst. And
that's a residential customer. What about commercial?
All customer classes. Okay.
Okay, seeing no further questions. We'll take a pause. We have a motion from Councillor Carlson. Water and Wastewater 2022 to 2023 CIP Amendment 5.2. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee postpone the following to the September 13th, 2023 meeting of the Economic Standing Policy Committee. 1. Amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program CIP budget from $76 million to $259.9 million for the water and wastewater utility projects identified below. A. Amend the expenditures and funding as per attachments number 4 and number 5. Point 1. Water capital improvements projects E12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Point 2, wastewater capital improvement projects E19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Very impressed, Councillor Carlson. 1 point B, add new projects with the expenditures and funding as per attachments number 4 and number 5. Point 1, water capital improvement projects E26, 27, 28, 29, 30. B2, wastewater capital improvement projects E31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36. Point 2, direct administration to draft a borrowing bylaw for 2024 to 2027 and present first reading at the City Council meeting on September the 19th, 2023. And further be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommends City Council number 3, direct administration to draft rate bylaws with annual increases of 6.5% for water, 7.5% for wastewater for 2024, 2025, 2026, and present first reading at the City Council meeting on September the 19th, 2023. And further be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council direct that the closed meeting discussions, presentation, and report with respect to the water and wastewater 2022 to 2031 CIP amendment remain confidential pursuant to sections 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I'll open it up for questions. I trust it is self-explanatory, but just to highlight quickly, my resolution is to defer the first two items to our first meeting in September as Economic Policy Committee, and then if that time will have allowed our administration to do a little deeper dive, and it will give not only council but the public time to digest what's in front of us today. However, item number 3, I think we can proceed forward with the drafting the rate bylaws so that we're not behind the 8 ball if council decides to proceed and make these changes. So I hope that is clear as mud, that we're not moving full steam ahead. We're taking some time to do our due diligence and to sort of refine our numbers a bit better. But I'll open it up to any questions if there are any, Deputy Mayor.
I see none in the queue. Perhaps we could move on to debate.
Excellent. I'll save most of mine for closing, but I appreciate the work that administration's done. I trust that they will appreciate that this is a fairly major amendment to our CIP, and I don't think it should be done lightly. I think we do need to take our time to examine everything and move forward. And so that's why I'm proposing to defer it until our meetings in September. But I also don't want to slow things down, and that's why I'm also saying that we could proceed with drafting the rate bylaws. So should council proceed, they're in place and ready to go.
Thank you. I see no one else in debate.
Then
So that would be your opening and closing.
Excellent.
Then perhaps we can call the question.
I call for the vote. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion? And seeing none opposed, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, we're going to move out of queue. We're going to change the agenda. Yeah, so I'm going to ask council's indulgence. I'd like to move one of the items that's a little bit later on in the program to allow for some meetings external to our meeting that require the presenter to leave peremptorily. So I'm wondering if we could have, with council's approval, Lethbridge Housing Authority update presented by Ms. James, Chief Administrative Officer of the City of Lethbridge Housing Authority. Do we have any problems with moving her up in the queue? Seeing none, then I would ask Ms. James to come forward.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for moving our presentation forward. We have a board meeting at 4:30, so appreciate you taking the time for this. I'd like to introduce my colleagues with me today. They will be helping me present this. With me today is Kayla Podrowski. She's the Director of Homeless Supports for Lethbridge Housing, and also Tina Young. She's our grant administrator with the Lethbridge Housing Authority. So Kayla's going to start the presentation, and then I will close it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our first 90 days as the CBO, we've met with our service providers, both CBO funded and not. We've heard what they've had to say, what they're experiencing, and in doing so, we designed and created our service plan and created our strategic priorities. In this initial year, we were asked by the government not to make any contract adjustments, but as we are left with some unallocated funds due to a program ending prior to our contract start, we are currently sourcing out service providers to fill that gap. We have executed our service provider contracts with limited changes based on what service providers had for the past year. Consistency was our promise. We delivered the we created the service delivery plan that you've received a copy of, and we want these documents to be public and accessible for transparency and accountability. We have developed and implemented various policies. We've created a housing and supports handbook, which provides our service providers with direction, guidance, consistency, and for those who are applying to become service providers, they know in advance what to expect. We have designed the new supportive housing complex, which Robin will speak more about later, to meet some of the needs in housing for our community. We currently have an RFP out for a higher acuity ICM team to coordinate support for some of our more difficult to house and need a dedicated group to provide that support. We've cleared the backlog of data from ETO with our service providers. So ETO is our Government of Alberta funded database, which lost functionality in November and was not returned until mid-May. Finally, we are establishing terms of reference for various working groups and roundtables. We have started including a localized permanent placement table where all referrals for case management will become triaged. This will allow us the opportunity to see who is getting support, who is being turned away, and what new programs need to be created in order to meet those needs of the participants seeking help. We are using data as the backbone of everything that we do, so it has been imperative to get that database up and running. And we continue to collaborate with relationship building and management, including working alongside the City of Lethbridge on things like the by names list and the ICAP table. Next slide, please. On here you can see our current funded programs. So we have 5 service providers and 10 programs, with 2 new programs coming online in the next month, which will be our Castle Apartments supported recovery housing and our high acuity case management team. The 183 participants is on the lower end, as it only shows the data that was in ETO. We have 3 programs that do not report into there, so that is lower compared to what we are doing. Next slide, please. So what we found: we have spent considerable time diving into research and analysis of programs and trends over time. This will guide our strategic development in order to make sure the builds that we are building are purposeful and meet the needs of the population that we serve. Following the research and trends will allow us to be purposeful when we implement new programs and to increase funding to those programs who are successful and can grow and pivot quickly. Finally, this will allow us to create realistic and measurable outcomes for service providers that are based on the work that they are already doing. We will create these outcomes that focus on the difference we made instead of outputs or what we are doing. Next slide, please, and I will hand that back to Robin.
Thank you. So what we've started to do is a fundamental shift away from the housing first philosophy and into a philosophy with appropriate housing. What we've looked at on the data is that we're not seeing the results we'd like to see from the housing first way of doing things. We're seeing higher rates of repeat clients. Case management becomes more difficult. Where we're getting results is when we put the client in a housing complex that is actually appropriate to the need of that person. So the supports are in reach versus outreach. Next slide, please. As Kayla mentioned, one of our first projects that we were able to get confirmed was a Castle Apartments 25 units. We're putting that together right now with Canadian Mental Health Association and hope to have that up and running in the next 30 days. The next thing that we would like to present to Council for their information is we will be putting in an application for direct control for a property located in North Lethbridge for a purpose-built supportive housing unit. That's the one up there on the top. We're going to start designing builds to ensure the programming that is in place is in reach, clients aren't out and about in the community, food seeking, and those types of things. Everything will be recovery focused in hopes that we will be able to move our clients out of homelessness and into a recovery focused care and allow them to reach their highest level of independence. Next slide, please. The supportive housing will be coming forward, I believe, by the time we get everything done that we need to. It probably won't be coming to Council till probably about September. We've hired an architect. We've got some consultants working with us. Alberta Health Services and Persons with Developmental Disabilities have been key partners in collaboration on this build. We're focusing on a cross-ministry collaboration. So not all the money coming from the homeless support, some money coming from health, and some money coming from PDD in order for us to meet all the needs of the clients that we're going to serve in there. The bottom part of that building will be a commercial space. We're hoping to be able to have a primary care provider in that bottom space, so a family doctor of some sort that is willing to work with our participants, and as well as have a family or a community practice at that building. We're also entertaining the idea of having a pharmacy on site to be able to not only provide pharmaceuticals for our community, but also pharmaceuticals for individuals who are in a recovery-focused care. So Suboxone, Sublocade, that sort of thing. They don't have to go out into the community in order to get their meds. They can actually get everything they need right there. So it's just like being in your own home. You have your own food, you have your own medicine, you can take that. All your needs are inside that building. We're also moving away from the model of permanent supportive housing. We're moving to supportive housing. We're going to look at opportunities to provide different types of supportive housing based on the need of the client. So some clients will need support for a brief period of time while they work through their recovery and back into employment, and other individuals with developmental delays will need more of a supportive housing, so they will always need food security and those types of things. So we don't want to pigeonhole people into the word permanent. We want to make sure that we are supporting them and transitioning them in order for them to reach their highest level of independence. Next slide, please. So for those who weren't involved in the 25 units of supportive housing at Castle, so that will be a partnership with CMHA, who are our partner owners in that. It will be 25 beds of low acuity individuals, and we will utilize referrals from our centralized intake. We'll have on-site staff and 24-hour access to crisis services at that building. Next slide, please. I think I've covered most of this. This will be our next steps on our supportive housing, those 30 units we're looking to build. We're pursuing our zoning application at this point. The current zoning on that property is business industrial. We will need direct control because it's 30 units that we think we can build for our budget. We will be hosting tea parties and community engagement in July. We've slated that for July 11th thus far. And we will be engaging with our neighbors and our community at that point. And we will hope to continue to gather support as we move forward as a community-based organization here in Lethbridge tasked with ending homelessness. And then the last slide will be presented by Kayla.
So from our service delivery plan, we selected these areas of focus based on input from service providers and an understanding of what we excel at and what we would need support with. It's important that we are matching the right person to the right housing at the right time with whatever resources are available. We know that as things progress, resources are going to continue to be in high demand, and it is critical that we do what we can to encourage participants to be supported to their highest level of independence within that. The community challenges were selected based on community trends. With housing at the core of everything, we know that these things have significant impact on the participants that our service providers are working with. Next slide, please. Putting everything together, it's critical that we're building programs that meet the needs of the participants we're serving and that the service continues to meet these needs as things change. This comes from studying the data, understanding the movement between programs, and understanding what resources exist already and what don't. We need to transition away from being so committed to one idea or way of thinking that the impact becomes evident on the participants we support. After listening to service providers and the public, we noted that transparency was key. We have heard over and over again that the process needs to be transparent to everyone and accessible to everyone. It was critical to put in place common definitions as a way to keep accountability and further transparency. If we're not using common definitions, how do we know that we are all on the same page for service delivery, moving the needle in the same direction? By creating a coordinated placement process, we are streamlining the referral process and creating the ability to track each person's movement across programs. And by formalizing the eligibility process, we are bringing service providers to the table to discuss the process and create a forum to share roadblocks. Next slide, please. With our next contract year, we will be implementing new outcome measures that are meaningful to the work that is being done. We will scale this from individual programs to similar programs to the entire system of care over time, to create a common process which will help showcase these programs who are having immense successes and provide a forum for conversation to help out any programs who are in need. By tracking the overall impact on the bigger system, we can really highlight the incredible work that is already being done locally.
So that's it, really fast in a nutshell. Thank you, and we're happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. James and your crew. Great presentation. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I'd like to thank the presenters for the update and the look forward and all the work they do in our community and for our community. Much appreciated. My question is on process. So this was broached to me the other day, and I'll put my governance hat on, governance committee hat. My question, I guess, through you to maybe the city clerk or whoever can answer this, is why is this presentation at economic? Last week we had community and social, and we had housing providers and operators presenting there. Why was this an economic presentation? There doesn't seem to be an ask.
Councillor Carlson, it's City Clerk Carolford here. That was a request of Ms. James to come to this meeting. So it went to Agenda Review Committee and it was approved there.
Okay, because one of the things we're struggling with at governance is what presentations, what organizations go to each different one, and what should be the rationale for it. So that maybe I'll ask this question when we next convene governance, which I think is tomorrow. Because yeah, there's confusion why some groups go to certain committees and other groups go to others. So it was a bit confusing to me and the community. So thank you.
Perhaps we'll ask Ms. James and her crew to come back in again tomorrow and present to that committee.
It's actually community and social that I think it would be more appropriate. Thank you.
I think just to add to answer that question, we really wanted to make sure that we're working very closely with Andrew Malcolm and his group at CSD, and the idea of coming together and presenting one after each other was actually kind of the initial plan, was to try to give you an update and try to get all the information together and be united with the City of Lethbridge and the Lethbridge Housing Authority on our homeless serving plan. So I apologize for the bit of confusion, but we were trying to be working together on that. Councillor Carlson, thank you.
And thanks, Ms. James, because I believe Mr. Malcolm and his team presented to us all last week, so that would have been a much better opportunity. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Ms. James, for coming and presenting today. This is some great information and a great update for our community, particularly given the shift in the OSSI funding. On page 4 of your presentation, under research and analysis, there's discussion around analyzing trends and patterns, identifying gaps and opportunities, and determining achievable goals and outcomes. I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit about what gaps you've found, gaps and opportunities, what trends and patterns, and what goals have you set out?
Absolutely. So in researching the trends and what has been going on, one of the struggles that we were having is that the outcomes right now are not super housing focused. I think what had happened is trying to help everyone, it kind of got a little bit too broad and too big of a picture what we were asking people to do. So narrowing that focus back down into housing and just making sure that people are getting the support that they need to get and stay in housing, and work on building purposeful housing opportunities for the participants that are in need. Absolutely. And so we were last week at the Seven Cities Conference on Homelessness, and Ian DeYoung, who was one of the creators of this current system in Lethbridge, had come and presented. And so he was talking about different outreach models, and the one outreach model that he discussed was, the people in bright colored coats with signs on them will go out and meet with 100 or 200 or 300 people in a night, talking to them and providing, basic level resources to them. And at the end of the day, they can say, I've helped 300 people today, but when you ask what the actual measurable outcome was, it was, well, I talked to 300 people today. He had recommended a change and a shift to that more focused approach, where it was, maybe you're only talking to 5 people in a night, but if one of those 5 people has decided that they are ready to pursue a different type of support and get into housing and get their needs met in a different way, it is going to be much more purposeful to the entire system, because we can see the movement and the shift of getting people connected to resources.
Thank you very much. What gaps in the City of Lethbridge have you specifically found in now taking over this portfolio?
In analyzing the data, we have found that the people who are trying to get onto a case management program, the process is a bit tricky and complicated. Even service providers were having a hard time describing how to get a person connected to resources. So we are looking at streamlining that. There are different ways in that people are trying to access. There are wait lists and time limits that are making it really difficult. If a person's told that it's going to take them 2 months to get somewhere, then they get defeated with the process. So we're working very closely with our service providers to find ways around that in a way that's not going to result in an overburden on the current resources we have.
And then to add to that, the other gap that we saw was the type of housing that we're trying to do right now. Right now, we've got teams out there trying to take an individual that has some complex needs and put them into a market unit property and add some supplements or some rent supplements or something along those lines to make it somewhat affordable, and then provide those wraparound supports while the client lives anywhere in the community in a market property. We're seeing that not be successful for many reasons. So we need to make sure that we are providing housing that is built for the client instead of trying to make the client built into the housing.
I'll just ask one more question before I pop out. What are your top goals for this next year?
So we committed to continuity of service when we took it over this year. So all the contracts have remained the same. The significant difference you will see is when the contracts go out in the late fall of this year for the next funding cycle. They will all have very measurable goals in them. They won't be a measurable process, it'll be a measurable goal. So it will be how many people we would like to see housed, and actually measured to a number. How many people we'd like to see assertively engaged with by the, if it's an outreach team, maybe how many are assertively engaged with that lead to, the housing piece. It'll all be based on measurable goals. And then the other piece will be to ensure that we have housing that meets the needs of the clients that we're facing. So we hope to make a large fundamental shift with that next funding cycle.
Very much. I'll pop out for now.
Thank you. Just before Councillor Campbell jumps in, just for clarification, when we're talking about providing housing that meets the needs of the clients, you're also including in that services that would be provided to the client that are either at the residence or that come to the residence. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the services would be at the residence, Councillor Middleton Hope, so that way the client isn't out seeking for them. What happens sometimes is, if someone's housed in market housing and maybe Meals on Wheels isn't in place, then they still have to go to the soup kitchen in order to get meals. If they're in a recovery-focused program, maybe the soup kitchen isn't necessarily the best location for them to continue to come if they're seeking, a recovery-focused point of care. So if the food services were actually provided to them in their home, the likelihood of them continuing on a recovery-focused model is significantly increased. So it would be an in-reach versus an outreach.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation and all the work you do. I just I wonder if you can take me through a little bit about the challenges that you face with rezoning. Rezoning is always a thing in the city, and we see it a fair bit. I mean, there's a lot to do with education, understanding what rezoning means, or what direct control means versus business zoning. So I'm sure. I mean. What are some of your goals in trying to get that rectified and making sure that we all understand when you're saying we need to rezone to direct control in a certain area, this is what it specifically means?
Yeah, so we're really hoping to work with Andrew and his team in order to maybe have them be able to add that into the municipal housing strategy. I know it's there, but flush it out a little bit more for council to actually allow some land uses for supportive housing without having to go direct control. We've heard loud and clear from a bunch of our neighbors in the downtown that direct control scares them. So we want to be a good neighbor, so we'd sure like to see some ability to have some supportive housing that is in its own kind of zoning so that you know what you're going to get with that versus direct control. It could turn into a shelter. It could turn into, whatever. So just clarity of purpose. So.
And you're getting support from, like you say, from Mr. Malcolm, and kind of going forward, making sure that when you're going for a certain part of the town, that everybody knows and everybody understands what you're going for, that it's going to be a win-win.
Yeah, we're working closely with Mr. Malcolm and trying to present a united kind of message to our community that we're here to support not only the clients that we serve, but also the community as a whole, and specifically our little downtown.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Ms. James. I'm just pausing for a moment because they have a tendency to jump in here and ask a question. Still no questions, great. We have a, thank you very much, all of you. We have a motion from Councillor Crowson. Lethbridge Housing Authority presentation 5.6, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee receive the report and presentation for information. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation. As we all know, housing is vitally important, and I'm glad to see that work is being done on supportive housing, and I look forward to actually seeing when the second, third, fourth, and fifth supportive housing is built in this city. But since this is just for information, I won't go into that right now. And if there's no debate, I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, to return to our previously programming, Mr. Laverty, thank you very much for your patience. Item 5.3, tax rate review. Mr. Laverty from Assessment and Taxation.
Good afternoon to the Chair and members of Economic SPC. I'm here to talk about the property tax class review. Next slide, please. And next slide. First off, we had to make some assumptions that things like the population estimates from the province of Alberta are accurate. We used assessment information that was declared into the Assessment Shared Services Environment which asset. They were audited provincially. The studies were based on using median assessed values in each municipality, and tax information was based on the 2023 property tax rates in each municipality. Next slide, please. The MGA breaks out property into 4 classes. Class 1 and Class 2 can have subclasses. Class 3 and 4 cannot have subclasses. Next slide. In residential, Council has established a multifamily subclass in Lethbridge that's been in place since at least 1975. The historic ratios are listed below in the chart. Next page, please. Sorry. Under Class 2, Council has not created subclasses for non-residential. The subclasses in the regulation that are allowed are small business, vacant, non-residential, and other non-residential. The problem is that small business subclass is not implementable. And below are the historic ratios for non-residential. Next slide, please. As you can see, a large percentage of our taxable assessment base is residential at 76%. Non-residential is 20%, and multifamily is 4%. When it comes to paying the taxes, residential pays 57% of the tax, non-residential 38%, and multifamily 5%. Next slide, please. So what we did is take each municipality's median assessment and applied their tax rate from their tax rate bylaw to come up with a median tax. It can be a little difficult to compare municipalities because some tax M&E, some don't. And the City of Lethbridge offers more services than some municipalities and higher service levels as well. But as you can see from the chart, we're relatively close to the middle of the range when we look at the median tax. Next slide, please. We looked at the multifamily median tax as well. And that's, again, the multifamily rate times the tax rate. And you can see that we're definitely in the middle of the range when it comes to taxes on multifamily. Next slide, please. This is just a comparison of the non-residential ratio to other municipalities. Again, we're towards the middle of the range. Next slide. This slide represents the distribution of tax that non-residential contributes to the municipality. So in the bottom part of the graph, you can see that 20% of the assessment base is non-residential, but on the top graph, you can see they pay 38% of the taxes. Now, that's actually relatively low compared to a lot of the comparables. Next slide, please. The other thing we did is look at a tax per capita. And again, we're in the middle of the range. Next slide, please. Next, we looked at exempt property, which includes the machinery and equipment. The MGA allows machinery equipment to be exempted from tax if council so wishes. In the 1960s, Lethbridge Council did exempt machinery equipment from paying tax. And they created a business tax instead, which is now also gone. One thing about machinery equipment, they don't pay education requisition, whether it's taxable or exempt. They don't pay for school and they don't pay for seniors. The other problem is that they are actually used in calculating your equalized assessment, though. So it does impact the tax rates for resident or for school and for seniors. Next slide, please. We have 70 properties in Lethbridge with M&E. 42 of these are less than $1 million in M&E. 28 are greater than $1 million, with 13 of those being greater than $5 million. The chart below is a comparison of other municipalities who exempt M&E. We're a little bit towards the right in that graph, and surprisingly close to Calgary as well. Next slide, please. The other thing that M&E has is a distinct advantage in assessment because it's heavily regulated and there's a lot of depreciation of construction costs new. It's actually almost about 47% of the assessment is removed from taxation right off the bat. So looking in Lethbridge, if we were to tax M&E, it would drop the non-residential ratio from 2.58 to 2.33, and it would drop the tax rate by over 2 points. The problem also then is that some of the businesses may not be attracted to Lethbridge if we were to do that, and they may not want to reinvest in Lethbridge. And also businesses that have M&E right now would probably be impacted significantly by its change. So we're not recommending any change in policy at this time. Next slide. This is just to illustrate how much of our assessment base is exempt from taxation. You can see that we're one of the highest in the province, and that's mainly due to a lot of institutional properties and universities and things like that. Next slide, please. We looked at the tax ratios and what we could, possibly do in looking at a tax ratio. Non-residential is 2.58, multifamily is 1.53, and council can adjust either or both of those ratios if it so wishes. What does happen is it shifts burden onto other property owners, when it's kind of known as tax shifting. Next slide, please. So we actually put some numbers on paper here. If we adjusted the multifamily ratio down by 1/4 point, what would happen is the average home would pay $32 more in taxes per year. Multifamily would have a decrease in taxation of $1,912 per every $1 million of assessment. Now, below, if we went to a 1-to-1 ratio, residential would see a $68 per year increase, and multifamily would see $4,118 per every $1 million of assessment as a reduction. Next slide, please. Then we looked at the non-residential and looking at moving that 1/4 point. What happens is the average home would see an increase of $96 per year. Multifamily would see an increase of $476 per every $1 million. but non-residential would see a decrease of $1,297 per million in assessment. Then as a final step, we looked at adjusting both the non-res and multifamily down by a quarter point. As you can see that the average home would have to pay $117 per year more. Multifamily would see a decrease of $1,558 per every $1 million of assessment, and non-res would see a decrease of $1,140 per every $1 million. Next slide, please. The presentation has really looked at the median assessments and compared in Lethbridge compared to other communities. You can see in the graph below that we're relatively low as far as median assessment goes. Some of the advantages of having the lower values, of course, relate to potentially financing your property. You could get a mortgage potentially or a lower valued mortgage on your property, or you could buy a similar property, a property in Lethbridge similar to something in another community. Again, looking at it, we're not recommending any change in policy because we are generally towards the average part of the range in all studies conducted. And next slide. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Laverty. I have just one question because I'm first in the queue. The MGA talks about machinery and equipment, which is to a degree adequate terminology unless it includes technology. So is there any movement to include technology as part of the language in terms of taxation? I'm thinking in terms of server rooms and so forth.
I'm through the chair. I'm not really aware of that at this point.
Is there anything that we're looking to try and inform ourselves of, or?
Yeah, I mean, there's some things within property assessment are exempt from taxation on new construction, machinery, equipment. A lot of times does have technology involved in it, which doesn't form part of the assessment.
Okay. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Laverty. Just to follow up on Deputy Mayor's question, M&E is traditionally exempt, I'm assuming, because it's not fixed. It's kind of akin to if in my house and my neighbor's house, they're identical assessment, but I have $1 million worth of computers and et cetera. That doesn't affect my assessment. Is that the rationale?
The rationale for exempting machinery equipment really lies in the advantages of billing in Alberta. There's been well, over the years, it's one of the things that has been an advantage in Alberta, that we first don't tax it at the highest rates in the first place, and if, in a lot of places exempt it as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And can you explain, I think it's slide, I think it's slide 9, comparison with other municipalities. It talks about the median multi-family tax comparison.
Right.
Can you just explain, is that just the amount of taxes collected on that type of property, or how much they tax? Because I'm just, if we only have 5 multifamily, but say St. Albert has 1,000 high rises, that I could see the difference, or is it one-to-one that we tax very low and St. Albert taxes very high?
Through the chair, this represents the median assessment of all of ours and all of their multifamily assessments times the tax rate of the municipality, whatever municipality that is. So St. Albert would have a higher median assessment than we had. And when you apply that against St. Albert's tax rates, they're higher than Lethbridge.
Okay, thank you. Can you help me then, and I hope I didn't miss this in your reporter presentation, do most Alberta municipalities have a differential between single-family residential and multifamily residential?
Through the chair, not all municipalities have a differential. Some have a 1-to-1 ratio. Some have a subclass created for multifamily.
Is that information that could be provided? Because I'll be honest, where I was most keen to dive into was the differential we have with multifamily. It seems counterintuitive to me that we are struggling to build housing. We're struggling to provide housing. We should be, in my mind, incentivizing multifamily structures because they reduce sprawl, they're easier to provide services, etc. But under our current plan, and I'm remembering back to then Alderman Sean Ward, and I think he was a big proponent of saying, why are we charging them more? We should actually be incentivizing these types of housing. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, is are we working against our own self-interest by saying, we really want you to build this and we're going to tax you 50% more?
Yeah, through the chair, I'm not sure I'm the person to answer that question. What I could refer you is back to page 18 and what the impact would be on the residential ratepayer if we were to do that. Again, if we cut it by quarter point, we would see $32 increase for the average ratepayer, average residential ratepayer. If we went to a 1-to-1 ratio, that would be an extra $68 for the average house.
And you're right, Mr. Laverty, I probably posed an unfair question to you because it's really a governance question of how we want to proceed, but more of a statement that I think we're working against our own self-interest when we're trying to provide more housing and more densification. So thank you.
Mr. Matthews, did you want to jump in before we move on?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was just going to go back to Councillor Carlson's question on, I think it was Councillor Carlson's question on M&E, or it might have been Councillor Crowson. I can't remember now. So just one point on M&E. So that is regulated by the province. I'm looking at Mr. Laverty, who make me, if I say something wrong, he'll correct me along the journey here. So we don't get determination of what goes into M&E. Do they set the M&E standards and we follow those? Is that correct, Mr. Laverty?
Through the chair, the MGA does establish what qualifies for machinery equipment and what does not. It has to be involved in manufacturing and processing.
Yeah, that my question was in regards to moving that into the 21st century to accommodate things like technology.
So in that regard, that would be some pieces of almost advocacy work that we would need to do with the province. The province are the ones that set those pieces, and so that would be direction. I think what Mr. Laverty is referring to is that we haven't heard anything that they're doing that piece, but that is something that council could look at as another piece of updating that tax law and so forth, what classifications are in there.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Carlson, for those comments, because I had sort of the same question with regards to incentivizing this. And just along that lines, I'm going to throw out a question, since we conveniently have Mr. Lewington from EDL in the audience right now. When we're looking at tax rates, and I'm wondering if Mr. Lewington could come up and answer this question for us. You're conveniently here. Well,
does anyone have an objection to bringing our subject matter expert forward? Seeing
I think
none?
Mr. Lewington might.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I can do that.
So we're talking about looking at tax rates here, tax rate review. And we're looking at all the different ones, residential, non-residential, M&E tax rates. All of these affect our economic development. how will these, changing them, looking at them, affect our ability to attract businesses to our city? So I guess one of the things to start with, what are we doing right now in Lethbridge with regards to our tax rates? And then maybe what could we be improving, particularly with an economic development lens?
Thanks for the question and being called out, being here for something else. Really appreciate the opportunity. And I do feel this is a better question for Mr. Laverty. So, I mean, holistically, I would say, you know, council should remember that taxes are one lever that you have to use from an economic development perspective. Any business that's looking to either relocate to the city or is considering, that's here already and is looking to expand, is looking at the total value proposition. So for some, depending on their configuration, their footprint, property taxes are a more significant consideration. For others, it may be, for example, the descending rate block structure we have on water, right? So Mr. Cope talked about the capacity and the requirements there. Water is significantly cheaper in Lethbridge for large industrial users, and if you are a large industrial user of water, you want to locate in Lethbridge rather than, say, Calgary, even if the taxes were higher, because your long-term operating costs are actually lower in Lethbridge. So anytime you're doing these kinds of benchmarking exercises, I would caution the committee and council to look at all of the considerations. So, for example, there are a number of communities around us who perhaps might not be on the chart, but are effectively local competition, who have significantly lower tax rates from an industrial perspective. If you go to the town of Coaldale's website, for example, they tout the fact that they're 10 minutes from a major center. They have some of the cheapest industrial land prices in the province. Oh, and by the way, it's half the tax of the neighboring jurisdiction. So they make a point of calling us out specifically for that. Now, the town of Coaldale also has limitations in terms of what they can offer, right? So they don't have the larger heavy industrial parcels. They don't have access to rail, for example. The city of Lethbridge has made investments in rail that benefit industrial development. So that access to that infrastructure is baked into a slightly higher tax rate here because you're getting services and access to infrastructure that doesn't exist in those places. So, I mean, again, I would encourage council to be very mindful of any change to taxes that put us at a disadvantage to neighboring jurisdictions, but also look holistically at, you know, utility rates, which again, you've already heard presentations for on the necessity. Just as, you know, you've previously approved 20% over 4 years plus for property taxes, now we're placing an additional burden on larger users of our utilities with a similar range of increase, potentially, should those projects move forward over the next couple of years. So taxes in and of itself maybe is not a big deal, but as you start stacking all of those fees and charges and costs, we become less attractive. The other variable for you to consider is the province. Preparing for my own council meeting later tonight, I was just reading a letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs, actually. And at the very bottom of that, his advice to elected officials and to administrative officers is to, quote, "Together we can continue to reduce unnecessary government oversight with regulatory approaches and program delivery that emphasizes outcomes in order to, 1, attract investment, 2, support innovation, and 3, grow Alberta's businesses." That's the Minister of Municipal Affairs' top 3 priorities, according to correspondence he sent yesterday. So a question we often get is, you know, when Invest Alberta's here, Invest in Canada's here, there are provincial and federal incentives we offer to investors. One of the questions that inevitably comes up is, what's the municipality's, quote, skin in the game? And so that usually comes down to, what are you prepared to do from a cost of land, from a cost of utilities, from a cost of taxation, all of those kinds of things. Does that make sense?
Yep, no, that makes complete sense. What are some of the things we can improve on here?
Well, again, I think it comes down to council's priorities in terms of what do you hope to attract. We'll be talking about another industry sector here shortly that could be part of that mix. If, you know, again, you have tasked, as a council, you have provided funding to my organization for N39 and N40. So we're very focused on the agri-food corridor, Canada's Premier Food Corridor, as well as Canada's Western Gateway, which is logistics and warehousing. So again, anything, if you were contemplating, for example, a change, and that's not a recommendation from administration, which I'm pleased to hear, but if you were contemplating, for example, a change to M&E and including that as a taxable class, that has massive considerations for the existing agri-food businesses that are here and would certainly be a discussion with new prospects. And so again, I think my advice would be, what you can do better is to carefully look at all of those things that make us more competitive and less competitive, and make sure we're always erring on the side of how do we become more competitive. Because, you know, Lethbridge does not exist in isolation, of course. We are competing with the rest of the world, frankly. We have a number of projects in the pipeline who are simultaneously looking at the cost to operate across multiple jurisdictions. And ultimately, even the companies that are here, most of them are branch locations of large multinationals. Having worked in that function in one of those chairs before, I can tell you that investment came to Lethbridge because it had the lowest landed cost to produce versus a plant in Ontario and Quebec, and that included freight. So a company expanded in Lethbridge because it was cheaper to make it here and actually ship it to Ontario than it was to make it in the Ontario plant. We want to make sure we retain those advantages and that we can drive expansion and growth in our community.
Thank you very much, and thank you for letting me put you on the spot for that one.
I'll figure out a way to pay you back later.
Thank you, Mr. Lewington. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Laverty, for your work and for bringing this all forward. Talk to me more about the pros and cons of a subclass for vacant land, whether residential or industrial, because you sort of just briefly mention it in the report, but don't bring any recommendation forward on it.
Through the chair, we wouldn't recommend doing that at this time. It is something we could do, but it would be different tax rates for property. Like I said, we just wouldn't recommend doing that.
What are the reasons some communities do it or don't do it? What's the advantage there? Because I'm just trying to wrap my head around it.
Some municipalities actually tax it higher than than improved non-residential, because they're trying to incent development. So, increase the holding costs so that they develop it sooner. And some are the opposite. There isn't very many that actually have that classification in their bylaws.
Just one of those things that's sort of in the back pocket for some communities, but rarely used.
Rarely used, yes.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Laverty.
Thank you.
I have a motion from Councillor Crowson. Tax rate review 5.3, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee accept the tax rate review as information. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. I brought this forward to do a review of this a couple of months ago because it's been quite a while since we've done it. And we really didn't know if what we were doing was providing the best service to our community, if we were actually hitting the right thing for the taxes. So we asked for a comprehensive review of Lethbridge's tax position. The equitability of it, is it balanced? Is it serving the community well? As I think most of my colleagues know, property taxes were set up as the primary way of financing municipalities under the Baldwin Act of 1849, which I'm sure you've all read cohesively. That was back when the only people who could vote were men who were property owners of a certain amount. And even though we've changed so much about cities, we're still stuck as property taxes as the primary way to finance municipalities. And I won't go into a rant about how that's the stupidest way of financing municipalities, but it really is. So something that needs to be changed, but not today. And so this tax class review was to investigate and compare us to other municipalities, review the medium assessment values from a provincial comparators, give us a sense of if we're doing the right thing. And I'm very pleased to see that the recommendation is to stay with the status quo. That, without a formal review, we have found the sweet spot, we've found the balance. That is finding the best way between residential and non-residential taxes. We are finding a way that balances so that it keeps us sort of in that middle, so it keeps us with enough money to run the municipality, but to also then balance what the needs of businesses and our residential are. And so today this is just to be accepted for information, but it does give ourselves and our community an understanding and a sense of security that we have a tax class review in place that shows that we're moving in the right direction. So unless there's any questions or debate, I will call the question.
Thank you. The question has been called. All in favor? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next is item 5.4, Lethbridge Destination Management Organization update. Mr. Elliott, you're back on deck.
All right, thank you, Chair Middleton Hope. Good afternoon, Economic SPC. I promise I will take 5 minutes or less, subject to your questions on this update here today. So the last update on tourism and the Lethbridge Lodging Association was provided back in December of 2022. And I'm here today to just give a brief overview of what has happened in the last 6 months since then. So we've had 3 official mediation sessions with the City of Lethbridge represented, the Tourism Lethbridge represented, and the Lethbridge Lodging Association represented. The first mediation session was also with representatives from each board, each of the LLA board and the Tourism Lethbridge board. Various conversations and activities have taken place in between and after those mediation sessions, and the work of both organizations has continued on, and some great work has occurred during this time as well. At this point, I would like to commend both organizations and their boards for taking time to participate and take the mediation process seriously. There was genuine effort made to seek to understand interests on both sides, and I think that put us on a path that allowed us to begin recreating a foundation of trust in our collective relationships. As a result of the mediation sessions, I wrote a letter after the third mediation session that identified 4 action steps that we could agree to take to move forward. And that letter is attached as part of your package. I won't go through each of those, but I will just say that, you know, words are one thing, actions certainly speak louder. And as a result of those commitments made in that letter, I'm happy to say that actions have begun in most of those cases. So, for example, the city has actioned the fee-for-service work with Tourism Lethbridge, and Ms. Crane and myself have met a couple of times to work through that. We're confident we can have a finished product back before you sometime in September, October at the latest. I would also say that Tourism Lethbridge took the opportunity to initiate on one of the other points there, a face-to-face meeting here recently with the City of Lethbridge, with myself and the Lethbridge Lodging Association, Ms. Stalker, in attendance. And it was a positive discussion where lots of information was shared both ways and opportunities identified for some mutual collaboration. Subsequent to that, the Lethbridge Lodging Association issued a formal invitation to Tourism Lethbridge, in addition to other organizations, to partner with an initiative that they had launched here in the last couple of months, their visitlethbridge.com XR initiative. And in that letter, Tourism Lethbridge was invited to be a partner in providing content and supporting that initiative to ensure that the work that has been done by the Lodging Association to date is maximized, and that the tool that was developed is utilized to its fullest. So I'm happy to say that, you know, while there's a lot of work ahead of all of us, that we feel that we're on the right path here. I think it's important to recognize that the mediation was successful. The mediation process in its fullest extent is not necessarily over. That remains an option should we need it to go back and access some additional help. And at this time, I think it's fair to say that all would agree that while we're in perhaps a fragile state right now, we are actively working on building that solid foundation of trust upon which we can all move forward. And with that, I'll pause for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Much appreciated. No questions in the queue. Still no questions? We're done. I have a motion before me. From Councillor Campbell. Lethbridge Destination Management Organization update. 5.4, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee accept the Lethbridge Destination Management Organization update as information. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for all the work that's been done, and it sounds very optimistic as well. So I thank you for that, and unless there's any other further questions, I'll call for the vote.
Vote's been called. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt. I do have to sneak out, so my apologies to you and my colleagues, but I do have another appointment that I must get to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. We don't lose quorum by losing Councillor Carlson. Do we need a break for a couple of moments? Okay, I wonder if we could take, it's 4:15 now, if we can take to 4:20. That gives you 5 minutes to go do what you need to do. Thank you. We are back at 4:20.
Mayor has to go to LA.
Okay, next presentation, 5.5, Mr. Malcolm, in regards to CWSS funding allocation requests. Mr. Malcolm, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, members of Economic SPC. And the original order of the agenda, this preamble would have made a little bit more sense and answered Councillor Carlson's question. We don't typically present these to the Economic SPC, but due to our timelines on procurement, as well as our understanding that the Cultural and Social SPC are not meeting in July or August, we wanted to get this moving and not wait until September. So that is why we're here with this item. Next slide, please. At a high-level overview, the CSD department's mandate in grant management is to oversee the administration of municipal, provincial, and federal funds. In this particular instance, we're talking about federal Reaching Home funds. Next slide, please. Next slide. So again, the reason why we are coming to the SPC and ultimately to council is in relation to an existing resolution that indicates that City Council is ultimately the interim decision maker for these different funding recommendations. And those funding recommendations that we are bringing forward today have already been vetted and are part of a recommendation from the CWSS Advisory Committee. Next slide, please. Again, this is just to reemphasize the timeline that we're working with and why we're here with a special request to this SPC. Next slide, please. So we have 4 individual funding requests to get today for SPC's consideration. The first is the CWSS and MHS, or Municipal Housing Strategy, Needs Assessment and Strategic Updates. The second is the Shelter Population Support Navigator. The third is new vans for the Diversion Outreach Team. And the fourth is an Integrated Coordinated Access Engagement Service Fair. Next slide, please. So the Needs Assessment and Strategic Updates is a project with a goal of hiring a qualified consultant and working through a needs assessment to inform the data behind what we do with our funding allocations. This has previously been identified to council as being needed as we are coming up on 5 years since the initial needs assessment was completed, and the COVID pandemic has drastically changed the needs and environment in our community. The funding request is up to $200,000 of federal Reaching Home funding, and there's more details in the package. Next slide, please. Again, the request for decision reflects that information. Next slide. The second item is the Shelter Population Support Navigator. This would be to subcontract the Blood Tribe Department of Health to employ one position as a population service navigator operating out of the Lethbridge Wellness Shelter and Stabilization Unit, connecting individuals into the continuum of care at the point at which they are at, which is at the shelter. This procurement was a direct award to Blood Tribe based on being the current operator, and this was vetted both by internal procurement as well as the federal Reaching Home program. The funding would be up to $90,000 annually over a 4-year term, dependent on the provision of that funding. Next slide, please. And again, the request decision reflects this information. Next slide. The third item is the support of the Diversion Outreach Team, or DOT, which is run by the Canadian Mental Health Association, with 2 new vans, and this would be a capital purchase. The amount being requested includes a value for trade-in of the 2 existing vans. And this is to ensure consistency of their service. The vehicles are aging and are increasingly out of service due to mechanical issues. And as it happens to fall into place this week, 1 van is out of commission for a period of time getting mechanical work done. This request would be up to $170,000, again, of federal Reaching Home. Next slide, please. And next slide. And the final item is the Integrated Coordinated Access Engagement Service Fair. So CSD would host an integrated service fair, and this is to provide education to both connected and non-connected community agencies. The Integrated Coordinated Access is a contractual obligation of the Reaching Home, and this will allow us to connect with a number of organizations that have changed or changed in role over the course of COVID and over the course of the last 4 or 5 years. The request here is for up to $20,000 for this, and I would emphasize on this one that it's an up to. We don't anticipate it being this cost, but it certainly gives us the room to properly plan this type of event. Next slide, please. And for the last time, the request for decision reflects that information, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Malcolm. Councillor Crowson has jumped in, but I had a question in advance. $200,000 for a consultant? How can we justify $200,000 for a consultant?
Well, this is a big project in terms of the amount of data and analysis that goes into it, as well as community engagement. We don't envision doing the same level of engagement that we completed in the first go-round of the CWSS, which was completed 4 years ago. This is an update, but it does require us touching base with all the different service providers in our community, of which there are many, and then taking their feedback and integrating it into the project. So the scope of the project is quite large, even though it is an update. And then the other piece is around the time frame in which we're delivering it to by March of 2024 to align with the funding parameters. And anytime you put a little bit of urgency on a project, the cost reflects that in terms of the resources that the consultant is putting into it. This project was competitively procured, and the cost is competitive. I believe we had over 5 submissions into it.
Okay, second question, $170,000 for 2 new DOT vans. Why not buy used?
Again, it's the type of vehicle that DOT uses. It's a fairly specialty vehicle, and then it comes down to just, again, the mechanical wear and tear that the vehicles have. These current vehicles, I believe, are only about 5 years old, and the amount of kilometers and the, again, wear and tear that they put on is substantial, and so buying new has been the preferred approach.
Did we buy new before?
Yes, we did.
They've lasted 5 years.
That is my understanding. I can confirm the years with the team. Just give me one moment.
That's okay. That's an estimate. It's probably about right in terms of actual use is about 5 years. Okay, thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rimpel.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing these 4 projects forward to us, Mr. Malcolm. Question I have with regards to the vans, and this is not in the dollar supporting, but just what happens with hard assets such as these if we stop supporting their operations or that particular nonprofit stops offering the services? What happens to those hard assets?
We do have an agreement in place for the assets themselves. In previous contracts or situations where we have purchased a vehicle, they are tied to the program, and so then would be a process of handing it over with the program funding. If the program was to go away in its entirety, the assets would be sold, and similar to what we're doing with the trade-in value, and then the amount of money would be retained. In terms of its connection to the Reaching Home contract, I can't speak to that further, and I'll look to our city treasurer to if he has specifics around our obligations. And in the meantime, I'll just see if anyone from our team chimes in on Teams here.
No, I really don't have anything further to add there in regards to whether or not, from what Mr. Malcolm has said.
All right, then. And Mr. Malcolm, if you get any further information on that, if you could forward that on to us. I'm just curious as to what happens with those hard assets if something goes off the rails with the program. That's all. The next question I have with regards to the community-wide integrated coordinated access engagement service fair, is this something that CSD would be coordinating?
That is correct. The CSD department would be coordinated under our ICA mandate, and so we have an ICA technician as part of our staff, and we work directly with CMHA in the delivery of integrated coordinated access. So the actual cost would be something that the city oversees and delivers, but we would be doing it hand in hand with CMHA.
Okay, thank you very much. And one final question I have, just with regards to how CWSS works. Are there any representatives from the above organizations receiving money out of these 4 projects that sit on CWSS? And is there a process that removes them from discussing and voting on the above projects to come through to approval to us? Just so that I want to be sure that there's no way anyone can say we were biased in approving funds or CWSS was, making sure those people were recused from any participation in those conversations.
So that is an approach that is outlined in the terms of reference, and we do follow a process on that. Specific to these funded agencies, there is representation. I guess if you looked at CMHA and the city, the service fair, and I will wait and pause to see if our team adds anybody else. But as far as I know, this is fully outlined in our terms of reference, and we follow all of those procedures and processes. And just as I see the dots on my MS Teams and there's information coming, I can answer the last two questions. The age of the vehicles, the current two vehicles were purchased in 2017 and 2019, and the Government of Canada has a sustainability plan that they would have to approve first before we actually purchase the vehicles that covers off what would happen if the program was to cease or change.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. I was going to ask about the $200,000 needs assessment that Councillor Middleton Hope asked about, because that is the one that the community most raised with me, because they're going, how do we get that contract? So thank you for the answer on that. But then let's just more look at process overall. So when you are looking at this, does the group look at the entire needs in the community and narrow it down? Is there a process to choose the ones that are seen to be of the highest need, that fit the criteria? Is that how it is done by this group? And are they then bringing forward to us, in your estimate, the highest needs that fit this criteria that you have for funding?
So at a high level, the process is that we use the needs assessment and our interactions with the community to understand where gaps or needs are in the community. Our team then brings that to the CWSS Advisory Committee for discussion. And then the follow-up meeting is we formulate a recommendation and a proposal to them, and they discuss and ultimately vote. Once that vote is in place, we then move forward with bringing it forward to City Council. Again, that aspect is because of the resolution of City Council for your involvement. As it relates to our contractual obligations with Reaching Home, it is entirely with the CWSS as our community entity.
But basically, a thorough review process based on needs assessment and funding has come up with these 4 suggestions.
That's correct. And again, I think if we go back to the beginning, we completed the initial needs assessment, and then a large RFSQ process was initiated, asking for proposals from the community to identify programs to meet the needs. Since that point in time, we've been doing it more as one-offs, utilizing any additional or leftover funding after each fiscal year is over. What we would be doing after this next needs assessment is, and hopefully a new Reaching Home agreement would be following a similar process to that RFSQ, where we identify all the needs identified in the needs assessment and putting out a large call to the community to, like an RFSQ, to facilitate new programs that fill or address gaps in our community.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just one second. Okay. All right. Good. I see no further questions in the queue, Mr. Malcolm, so thank you very much for your presentation. I have a motion by Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, which I have asked to have split into 4 component pieces. There are 4 requests here, and I've asked to have them numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, which should be up on the board. We will be voting on each one individually and debating them individually. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting recommend City Council adopt the following recommendations of the Community Wellbeing and Safety Strategy, CWSS, Advisory Committee regarding $480,000 in funding from the Federal Reaching Home RH funding portfolio. 1. Approve up to $200,000 of federal Reaching Home funding as a one-time cost to be allocated for the procurement of a consultant to complete a needs assessment and strategic updates to the Community Wellbeing and Safety Strategy and Municipal Housing Strategy as detailed in Attachment 1 or 2. Point 2, approve up to $90,000 annually to be allocated from the Federal Reaching Home funding portfolio over a 4-year term to be allocated to the Blood Tribe Department of Health to deliver the Lethbridge Wellness Shelter and Stabilization Unit Population Support Navigator, PSN, project, as detailed in Attachment 3. Point 3, approve up to $170,000 of federal Reaching Home funding as a one-time cost to be allocated to the Canadian Mental Health Association for the purchase of 2 vehicles in support of the DOT program operations as detailed in Attachment 4. Point 4, approve up to $20,000 of federal Reaching Home funding as a one-time cost to be allocated for the facilitation of a community-wide integrated coordinated access engagement service fair as detailed in Attachment 5. And further, that the city manager and city clerk be authorized to sign the appropriate funding agreements, and such agreements shall be subject to continuous administrative review and optional renewal at the discretion of the City of Lethbridge, pending available funding from the Government of Canada. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
So you're wanting to split this out into 4 separate motions?
I think that as a result of the discussions with Mr. Malcolm, it would appear that from my perspective, I have more difficulty supporting some of the initiatives rather than all of the initiatives, and therefore I ask that the motion be divided into the 4 components to allow us to vote separately on them.
Madam City Clerk, do we not need 4 separate motions for this?
So I think that's what Deputy Mayor is saying, that each one would be a separate motion and voted on separately.
Yep.
Okay.
And debated separately.
Okay, so we'll start with number 1, approving $200,000 of federal Reaching Home funding as a one-time cost to be allocated for the procurement of a consultant to complete a needs assessment. In 2019, CSD, our Community Social Development Department at the City of Lethbridge, published a 5-year strategic plan to inform and improve community well-being and safety in Lethbridge. We haven't had an update since then, and we have utilized the strategy and guiding document for We have utilized this strategy as a guiding document for strategic decisions related to systems-level planning in the community's social service sector. We know a number of things have changed since 2019, so it's time to certainly look at updating this and retaining a consultant to look, update, and complete a new needs assessment and strategic updates for our CWSS and municipal housing strategy. As Mr. Malcolm outlined, we are looking at getting this done quickly, so costs have gone up to our $200,000 range on this. I can certainly entertain any questions, or if we have further
Questions from Councillor Crowson?
Debate from Councillor Crowson.
All right, debate? Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so we're in for debate. Councillor Crowson.
I can definitely appreciate people's concerns about the amount of money on this. It was one of the ones that made me kind of gasp when I first read it, because $200,000 for a needs assessment and an update on these plans does seem like a large amount of money. But I've also sat here numerous times as my colleagues have been so frustrated when somebody comes before us and says, we need to do this, and you're like, it's part of what plan? Why are we doing it? What preparation have you done? And then we get very upset that it's not part of something actually strategic. So now we have staff coming forward with us going, we've been incredibly strategic. We have these plans. We need to update them, keep them relevant, and ensure we're offering the best possible services to our community. We have money here from the federal government to do it well. We need to do it at a higher price than normal because we are in a time crunch, but this will then serve our community for the next 5 years or so, as the last ones did. And so I will be supporting this because this is what we need to see. We need to see smart strategies coming forward that are relevant to today, because everything has changed since the pandemic, that will actually give us those guiding ideas for moving ahead, and I hope my colleagues will support this.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This will be my debate for all of the 4 suggestions here, or the 4 proposals. I have all the faith in the world of the CWSS Advisory Committee, and they've properly vetted all of these proposals, so I will say yes to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess I'm next in the queue. I will not be supporting this initiative. I am quite familiar with consulting fees and the process of acquiring consulting firms to do very specific work. Quite candidly, I am, as my colleague indicated, Councillor Crowson, somewhat taken aback by the funds that we're being asked to allocate. I'm not disputing the need to conduct a secondary review since 2019, but if we're not prepared to, or if we can't for whatever reason, look at a cost that is going to be substantially less than this, I can't support it. So that's my position on it. Acting Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. And the $200,000 is a lot of money, but I understand the logic and the explanation that Mr. Malcolm has given us. I think we have to remind ourselves, I know we all say there's one taxpayer and all of that, but certain grants qualify for certain things. And an item like this is a federal grant, and it qualifies for a study such as this through a consultant. And I know $200,000 sounds a lot of money, but I believe that it's money well served, and it's also money that it has an exact purpose from the federal government, and for that reason alone, I will be supporting it.
All right, seeing no further members in the queue for debate, then I leave it to the mover.
Thank you very much. As we've heard, several years have passed since the assessments and strategies. We do have the funds in place to do this. It is part of reaching home funding, and our CWSS team has reviewed and approved this. So with that, I will call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're looking at motion number 2, the Shelter Population Supports Navigator. With this one, the Lethbridge Wellness Shelter and Stabilization Unit recently acquired a new operational service provider identified as an opportunity to station a population support navigator to operate as part of the integrated coordinated access system out of the shelter facility. They will not operate as shelter staff or complete any shelter-related operational duties, but they will be connecting people to different kinds of services, and it is advantageous for the Blood Tribe Department of Health to have this in their wellness shelter and stabilization unit. I'll take any questions, or we can go into debate.
No questions, and I don't see anybody sitting in the queue, period. So anyone in for debate? Still none. All right, last call for debate. Closing then, Councillor.
I'll take that as my opening and closing, and I'll call for the vote on that one. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none.
Thank you. Point 3.
Diversion outreach team vans. We're looking at getting new vans for the DOT, the diversion outreach team that CMHA delivers. If anybody has any questions or debate about this.
Councillor Crowson's in for debate, as am I. Councillor Crowson?
Once again, I realize $170,000 for 2 vehicles sounds like a lot of money, but these are larger and bigger vehicles than the average person would drive, and they are used consistently throughout the community. They are out there every day, no matter what the weather, doing the work, and we cannot have these vehicles breaking down. The driver is responsible for ensuring that they have people who are under the influence that are safe back there. To also have the vehicle break down would just add another part of the chaos of the day. And I hope we can support this, because not only is it an essential service, but they need to have vehicles in order to do this job.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. I believe that there are other options that are available. I'm not sure that Mr. Malcolm, I would provide you with the opportunity to explain how we have researched and determined that this is the only option. I think that there are other options out there, and I'm not sure that we've explored them fully. I'm not sure that $85,000 vans to pick up people off of the street and take them from point A to point B is a good use of expenses. If you want to respond to that, is he can't come in?
You're putting him in an awkward position.
Okay, good. Well, you can't come into debate, but that was my point anyway. All right. We have Acting Mayor Parker in the queue.
Thank you very much. And as well, $85,000 is a lot of money on any vehicle, but if you see the price of goods over the last 4 years, if you're even fortunate enough to even be able to get one, you're pretty lucky. I know firsthand the importance of these vehicles in our community. I remember when we approved those through a recommendation probably almost 10 years ago, and I know how well utilized they're not only for the downtown, but I do believe those vans are used throughout the city. So if we have issues of people in southeast Lethbridge or in west Lethbridge, those vans are there. They're a great value for their dollar, and I can tell you firsthand, people really appreciate the service they do, and they do run a really, not so much class, I shouldn't say classy, but it's very professional when they deal with the people at risk, and so I will be supporting this 100%.
Last call. No one further in for debate. Councillor?
Thank you very much. So reliability of these vehicles, as we've heard, is paramount to the success of the program. In order to divert calls to emergency services, the purchase of the 2 new vehicles will be resourced by presently unallocated federal reaching home funds. This will allow the DOT program to operate without the additional constraints of mechanical bills and operational downtime. With that, I will call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you very much. And last one up, the Integrated Coordinated Access Engagement and Service Fair. The City of Lethbridge is planning to organize the Integrated Service Fair, and it will be used to facilitate a service fair for current and or new coordinated access partners for the City of Lethbridge. It's a highly effective approach to engaging the community and enhancing the coordination and accessibility of available social services and resources. Any questions or debates?
Seeing none in the queue.
I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. And yes, thank you for separating those.
You know how I feel. There we go. We're coming to the tail end of our program this evening, and it is this evening. We have submissions. Are there any questions from members of council? I see Councillor Crowson's in the queue in regards to the first submission, which is on growing creative industries exploring City of Lethbridge involvement in the film and TV industry. Take it away.
Helps if I turn the microphone on. So Ms. Bracken, this question would be, I believe, to you on this one. So you brought forward in our long document 2 options. Option 1 going more with the status quo and having this go under the EDL, and then that was option 1, and option 2, moving some of that money over to the city, changing N41, reducing the amount to EDL, and then having the 2 groups work together. So both would, in the end, perhaps accomplish the same thing, but 2 different ways, 2 different approaches of doing it. From my reading of the submission, the reason that administration is suggesting option 2 is because if we go with option 1 and go all through EDL, then the city won't have the resources to get themselves in the right position to be able to manage anything that might come to us, and we'd be behind the 8 ball. Is that an accurate reading about why this is the recommendation, that it provides the proper resources to make sure the city is set up as well as the EDL are set up for success?
Through the chair to Councillor Crowson, yes, we're working within the approved N41 budget at Council's direction. The consultants that we worked with, again, at Council's direction, recommended that we establish and implement a film permit process, and that is a process that we would need city staff to administer. So that's why we've gone with option 2.
And so that would provide the appropriate resources to get the part that the city has to do, but also provide some funding for EDL to support them in what they would do, and then the 2 would work collaboratively together, would be my understanding.
It would reduce the scope of services that EDL could provide based on what they outlined in the original N41, allocating some of the money that they would have put to certain initiatives to a city position. So you would get a city staff person to implement and administer a film permit process and all the coordination that comes with that. And then you would get some of the services and supports that EDL identified in the original N41.
Okay, I think everybody can guess my follow-up conversation then. Mr. Loonting, if this is reduced and EDL only gets a certain amount, can you still do work in this field? Is it, you know, something that's still feasible to move ahead if we do the two split?
Councillor Crowson, the original budget for N41 was actually 1.063 million over 4 years. And this committee during the budget time reduced that to potentially 910,000 over 3 years, canceling the first year of funding, with 780,000 of that coming from the city. And so option 2, as it's proposed, would take that original budget of just over $1 million and reduce it to $376,000. So basically a third. And so when N41 was built, it was structured around the same model as both N39 and N40, with an external facing investment attraction type role, and then an internal facing to the community industry development kind of role. I would suggest that, you know, at that level of funding, so 376 over 3.5 years, that's barely enough to cover one headcount with benefits and the cost of employment. And it would leave them basically with no operating money for travel, conferences, marketing, promotions, all of those kinds of things. So candidly, you know, I'm not sure the project would be worth doing. We would probably withdraw our request for N41 and just say to the city, you know, fare thee well, do your own thing. That ultimately would be a conversation I would have to have with the board, depending on the feedback we get from today, and that the board would have to make that determination.
For your honesty on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I guess, yeah, I'll just start with the questions, and I'll start with directing these to you, Ms. Bracken. Have we had any queries on this to date that requires somebody to issue a permit?
Through the chair to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, at present, any requests for coordinated city services to support film or TV production goes through our special event permit process, which is a process more designed for things like festivals and other gatherings in public spaces. It works to a certain extent as it allows for that coordination of services, but it's not a tailored system, a tailored process designed to support film and television productions. So yes, we have received requests in the past. Speaking with the administrator who administers that permit process, about 20, maybe over the past 10 years. But again, we've just done the best to put it through, you know, whatever process we have that seem to address most of the needs.
Okay, so would this position then that we're looking at, the film liaison, and taking into account what Mr. Lewington just said, will this position then take on some of the attraction components of what Economic Development Lethbridge would have been doing in their previous proposal? Will this also be part of that position now?
No.
Okay, so this position will only deal with permitting, nothing else. And at this point, we don't have anybody out doing recruitment of this industry to the city. So this position is just going to be permitting, and right now we have nobody else doing anything else.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll jump out of the queue for now.
Thank you. I'm next in the queue. Question to Ms. Bracken as well, probably to Mr. Lewington. So we don't have the expertise to do this currently, but we have expertise in terms of permitting generally. Is that, do I characterize that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Then, Mr. Lewington, are you acquiring expertise, or do you currently have expertise that will be able to, I guess, move this in a direction that I think we're all hoping for, which is greater development in the city?
Thank you for the question. So N41, as proposed, was to add 2 headcount. So the film, TV industry is part of it. You may recall from our budget presentation that N41, the scope of which is creative industries, which includes things like gaming and esports as well. All of those areas are somewhat niche. So while we have investment attraction and industry development expertise on our team, certainly some great staff members, these industries are require very specific skill sets, very specific experiences and networks in order to deliver on those results. So it would be incremental resources. That's why the new initiative request, rather than doing it in-house with our existing staff level.
Thank you. Then I guess my last question through the city manager to Ms. Bracken again. So why would we try to get into the business of doing this? Are there advantages here for us to do it, or?
This project is in response to a presentation brought forward last year by EDL, identifying to City Council opportunities, building on a tax credit that the province had announced, just freshly announced at that time, and a lot of excitement around an increase in productions around the province. The Last of Us, probably the most notable and celebrated. The question at the time that EDL posed to City Council was, how do you want to play in this game? There's opportunity here. City Council then provided administration with funding to access some expertise through consulting services, which we did, and we've brought back these as options. So it's an opportunity that City Council can respond to.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dodick?
Yeah, I got to admit, I'm somewhat puzzled by the recommendation, and I don't know who at city administration to answer this. We have EDL going out to attract investment, and I'm assuming part of N41 is to get the film business, things like that. EDL goes out, attracts a business, they do what's needed to get that business to come to Lethbridge. Then all of a sudden, they want to build something. They come to the city, they apply for a development permit, and away we go. So I've heard from Mr. Lewington that if all of a sudden we were to take out a significant portion of N41, that they would not be able to do the work. And I've heard from an administration saying that and in the report says, and the city will not be able to adequately manage the increased business, which at the present doesn't exist. So could we not allow EDL the funding, and then from that, because they're now able to do the work, see what happens in terms of the attraction of the film industry that they get, and then deal with the permitting process then, rather than all of a sudden rather than what's recommended here, dedicate a person to be available to do permitting and liaise with the film industry that we don't presently have. So I'm not sure who would like to try to answer that question, other than saying to me the consultants have recommended it.
Through the chair to Councillor Dodick, I'll try to answer that. Administration has worked within the approved budget to provide council with options. I think if you'd like to put forward another option that you think N41 restored, funding EDL, and no city position, that of course is at council's discretion. I'm not sure if either of my colleagues want to jump in and provide a bit more context kind of at how we landed where we did, maybe to the city treasurer.
Through to Councillor Dodick here in regards to this. So as Ms. Bracken mentioned, one of the things that we were trying to do in coming back with this is remain within the existing approved conditional budget. That was the direction. So the information that came back through the study and the report is suggesting that we would need these kind of resources internally, and I think that's what administration is suggesting, inside of here obviously, and that, you know, not trying to add more money into the one-time cost. But that was just based on what the direction was back in January, I believe it was.
There was also an option one noted in the report, which is the EDL's preferred option, and although it didn't comport with all of the recommendations made by the consultant, it did in fact comport with some of them. So you agree with me with that?
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bracken, can you take us through the discussion with the consultant, if you can? I mean, I know the recommendation was to go the way that's written here, but can you just kind of elaborate a little bit more about why you went that way, or why they recommended that you go that way?
Through the chair to Councillor Campbell, the consultants are here with us as well, representatives from Wingfield Media, so we can also direct questions to them if you'd
I would
like.
love to hear their response if they wish.
Sure. We did provide just a brief summary of kind of the scope of their work, just to assess how comparative municipalities handle the film permitting process, to provide us with some recommendations. We initially started with a policy conversation, and their recommendation was first to look at process, and then if we feel the need for a policy, develop that down the line. I don't know, Ed or Sharon, if you want to come up to the mic and provide a bit of a background kind of on the work that was completed as part of your contract.
I'd appreciate yeah, I'd like to, sorry, it's been a long day. Just like to hear what made you come up to your decision to what's before us. And I know we've been given somewhat, but I'd just like a little bit more detail, if I could.
Sure. So our recommendation was not exactly what has come forward, options 1 and 2 for you today. Our recommendation was strictly that the City of Lethbridge hire someone full-time in place to manage a film program and to develop and build a film program. And that person should ideally be of a managerial type level, someone who has the background and experience who could build a basic program. The program should contain a film permit process. We've written for you production guidelines, very detailed for the City of Lethbridge. We've drafted a film permit application form as well, and providing that whole process for you. So that person would implement the process, work with municipal staff to build the program, the procedures, build the film permit application, and then get all the messaging out there to the industry that this is the process that's in place at the City of Lethbridge. So that's that's in a nutshell what we recommended. And then as to that person would ideally as well do marketing and promotion and attends trade shows, industry shows to promote Lethbridge as a film location, get to know and work with location managers, location scouts, and work closely with the City of Calgary as well to help bring the industry out to Lethbridge.
So have you worked with other communities across Canada and developed your own model as to how things work and what works and what does well?
Yeah.
And can you give me examples of some cities like Lethbridge that might have...
Attached to the report that we've provided to you, you will see our comparative analysis. We did a municipal comparative analysis, and we analyzed, we did 3 cities in Alberta and 2 in Ontario as well. And we did a comparative analysis, and we gave you information in that report, detailed information on what they do, how they proceed with their film program. Ontario's ahead of Alberta. Ontario's had a tax credit program in place for much longer. But since Alberta implemented the tax credit program, the industry is coming here fast because it's a bottom line, money is important for film production. So there's a lot coming to Alberta now, and I think now is the time for the City of Lethbridge to really get things put in place, because the industry is coming, regardless of whether you promote it. But as soon as you start putting film locations out there, for instance, the province of Alberta has a database you can submit locations to, and we've made a list of locations, and we will submit them for the City of Lethbridge to that database. Once that's put in place and those locations are submitted, you will find the scouts and location managers that look at that database will see what Lethbridge has to offer and want to come out here a lot more than has come in the past.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lewington, if I could have you come back up. So now you had indicated at one point, refresh my memory, that there are granting opportunities that you would be able to access under the initial original proposal, correct?
Yeah, so in the original proposal for N41, there's $130,000 noted there as other funds. We've seen other communities in Alberta successfully access what's called the Can Export Grant. That's a federal program that's specific to promoting investment from outside of Canada into Canada. So a number of other jurisdictions have used Can Export to promote film industry. It is, of course, matching related. So as N41 is reduced, the ability to access those dollars is decreased or disappears depending on the scope of work. And should the committee choose to change the scope of the project, again, that revised scope, if we move forward with it, would have to still fit the grant. So the grant was identified based on the original scope and the original proposal, but that's the structure of the program.
So there is possibility then with the reduction to 376,000 approximately, we may not be able to access the full 130,000 then that's listed there. That would be significantly reduced.
That's correct. And again, depending on the scope and the final decision of what work you would like us to go do and how that moves forward, that work may or may not qualify under the grant.
Okay, which would also lead the board of EDL to say they're just not interested in pursuing this any longer.
Potentially.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Lewington. Ms. Bracken, I have a question for you. We do have an option 1, as Councillor Dodick referred to, which was assign resources to evaluate and begin implementing some of the consultant's recommendations, amending the 2023 operating budget initiative N41 to reallocate the original budget of approximately 70 to 80,000 over September 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2026. That option is EDL's preferred option, but it does not allow for the city's special event permit process and hire that you were looking for. What do we need to do? What are your concerns with option 1? And what do we need to do to overcome those concerns for you?
Through the chair to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, the concern is that we would have EDL out marketing Lethbridge, promoting it as a film destination, and the city would not have any processes or permits established to respond to the work that EDL is doing. So a lot of the recommendations that have come from Winged Whale Media, we would not be able to implement on the city side of things, leaving us in a position where we are continuing to put these film productions and processes through the special event permit process, which is not the kind of concierge tailored experience that the consultants are recommending that the film industry needs.
So in addition to, if we looked at this option 1, in addition to that, the city would need 1 FTE is what I'm gathering?
That is an option before council.
Okay, and that's what you would look at. Now, in looking at, going back to the original N41, Economic Development Lethbridge had the first 2 years as their development time. We're already past that first year, let's say, so we're not going to be able to start anything until 2024. So that would be their development time. So we actually wouldn't need this person in place for permitting until 2025, ideally, or would we like to see them in place for 2024 in order to build the permitting process in conjunction with Economic Development Lethbridge?
Just to be clear too, just consulting here with Carly, the idea with the permitting process is that it's part of a larger development of a program, right? So I may have oversimplified by saying that it's just, you know, they're not just writing permits, like it's part of a larger process that would involve addressing a lot of the recommendations in partnership with EDL that were recommended by Winged Whale Media, things like establishing with EDL a dedicated website and things like that. So there would be a lot of groundwork that could potentially happen as soon as council directed. I don't think it would be something, if you activated EDL's funding, that you would want to wait on this city position. But again, it's at council's discretion.
But what we're still looking at is if we restored EDL's funding to what it was, you would need a full-time individual to look at that. And I'm looking at the numbers here. We're looking at approving $404,000
for 3 years, so we're looking at approximately $135,000 per year for a person?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, unfortunately, I'll be open. I spent zero time on this one. And so I was speaking to staff about it, and this is a little bit of a reverse field of dreams as I see it, as opposed to if you build it, they will come. In this case, if they come, we'll build it, and the time to build it and have the processes to ensure it's successful, if something is there, I think would be problematic. And I'm looking at Mr. Lewington and the consultants to see if they might agree with my thoughts. So I think working through this to ensure it's structured for success is the piece that's key. So the first part is absolutely critical, is, you know, doing the work, but then the second piece, not having that could cause it to fail, even if the front end was great.
Are we expecting a run on this? To keep one person busy, I mean, bang, all of a sudden we go from 0 to 60 and we need somebody hired PDQ so that we can get them up to speed on permitting all these movies and television shows that are coming to the city?
I think there's some concern about kind of momentum and reputation, right? Like if we have a body like EDL out there promoting the city as a film-friendly city, and then they come and we squeeze them into the best permitting process that we have, it doesn't necessarily, it doesn't jibe with what the messaging is about who we are. So I think the city manager's comments are right. Like we're trying to build something that then when people come, they have an excellent experience, and then they want to come back and they tell their friends, and then all of a sudden the city of Lethbridge has a reputation as a film-friendly city because we set it up properly and then welcome them in.
Would it make sense to make this position perhaps more multi-purpose in terms of being able to provide that level of concierge service? Because there are many businesses in the city that voice very similar kinds of concerns in terms of being able to move through the process seamlessly. That's a yes?
And like I said, this is an opportunity for council. Administration was directed to investigate it. We've done our best to bring back options. Council can respond to those.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crowson?
Thank you. I'd like to speak with the consultants. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. As you can well hear from our questioning, this is a new concept to us, right? We know other communities are doing it. When I look at your report and you look at what locations you're hoping to promote, 95% of them are city locations, right?
Well, that's because we were told to list city locations because of those locations we have control of.
No, and I get that.
But we did recommend many other private locations that should be approached, and ideally by this person who is in this new position as film liaison, would then approach businesses in the community that are great potential film locations. There is an old mine, for instance, that I could see.
Not going to be doing much.
There's lots of opportunities that, yeah.
No, yeah. That's fine. But my question is, if they do choose to use our facilities, what is the time requirement? Because we're looking at whether we have appropriate staffing to go into this industry. I know it depends on if it's a commercial or a movie and all of that, but essentially, what is the requirement of a place if they are chosen, and how much does that put onto the staff of that location? What's the workload for a place if they're chosen?
That's hard to answer because you're right. There is commercials, there's television, and then there's film. And film, they will scout 2 months ahead. TV will scout 2 weeks ahead, and commercials will be 2 to 3 days ahead. And it'll be a last-minute request and a scramble. So it totally depends on who's coming in. They generally film for 1 or 2 days, and then they're out. But they'll have a day of prep and a day of tear down, so they might be on site for 2 to 4 days minimum.
Is it the same permitting process for all of those?
Yes, it would be the same process, permitting process, but there is a detailed permitting process. We talked about how the difference between film permitting process and event permitting process, it's night and day different because you're dealing with drone usage, you're dealing with sound requirements, power requirements. I mean, the list is comprehensive.
So within that, is it something somebody can do off the corner of their desk, or is it somebody who has to know how to permit these type of projects?
It is something they would do at the corner of their desk and also off their desk because the person needs to, so I'm speaking from experience, sorry. I'm a former film commissioner myself. And so, yes, a lot is done at your desk for the process, phone calls, questions, cell calls to the location managers and stuff. But then there's a lot of meetings that have to happen. You have to set up meetings with internal staff and the location manager to coordinate things to make sure everybody's on the same page. There is marketing and promotion. You have to get to know the location managers and scouts in the industry. There is you've got to get to know the businesses in the community and the potential film locations as well, so that if they're approached directly, then they will call you and say, hey, I got approached by a location manager, so that you can track all this. One of the most important things as a former economic development officer is having that data and information. What is the true economic impact of this industry on your community? And at present, I'm sorry to say, you don't know. So you think that there's only been that Last of Us and a couple of film productions, but really you don't know. You don't know what's been happening in your community because they could go directly to the private owners and film on location, and if they don't need street parking or they don't need anything from the municipality, then you don't know it happened. They come and they go. And so a film permit process is really, really important because then it really tracks everything that's happening. And the municipality can not only find out and know what's going on in the community, but you can also get some income from it because your locations will then be out there and they will pay you for the use of your location, and there's an income from that as well. And eventually, as those increase, that will pay for your staffer, and that will help a lot in that regard. From my personal experience, I built our film program at the City of Brampton, and it increased by 248% in a year and a half.
So somebody who is doing permitting for this, when I mean off the corner of their desk, can they be somebody who does sports programming? And would they know it? Would that be relevant knowledge to doing this? Or is it somebody who does need to be a dedicated person in this field from a city's perspective, not from the EDL perspective, but from the city's perspective? Or is there enough overlap that they could do like a variety of work?
I think that they, at the very beginning, could probably do a variety of work, but it would be tough because they need to start promoting as well, and they need to get to know businesses, the community, and get to know the location managers, and that takes a lot of time. So I think that the program wouldn't be as successful if they were split.
And does the same person who does programming, do they also then work with, because again, if they use a city facility, do they also oversee the location, or is that the staff of that location?
Should be the staff of that location because they know the location, but they will work with the staff person to make sure that everything is met.
Okay, and so that increases the staff's work at the location as well if they're a popular location.
It does. Yep, it does.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm sure he's listening really hard to me.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. We were having a very heated discussion over here. I'm not at this point, but it might. There might be a friendly amendment. Acting Mayor Parker.
Thank you, and let's take a big, deep breath here. I think we got really excited when The Last of Us was being filmed in Fort Macleod. There was a lot of buzz in the surrounding area. So my question, first and foremost, and I think this lady right here would answer, when they went to Fort Macleod, and we've done Ghostbusters, they did, there was another movie that was done in Pitcher Butte, Interstellar, thank you very much. The movie is like 5 out of 10, but anyway. And then they also did The Last of Us, and there's a lot of buzz. Do they have someone in Fort Macleod, or do they, can you explain how Fort Macleod got that?
So likely, there was a location scout or manager that knew about Fort Macleod and then approached them. But yeah, Fort Macleod would have had someone working dedicated and working with the production to make sure that things are being met from their perspective, and that insurance is covered and all things are put in place, and
Okay.
they know what's going on. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And so I'm trying to think here. I don't want to hire a full-time employee to be doing this. And I think this really goes under economic development. Economic brings business, draws business. They talk to a lot of folks and all that. It just makes a lot of sense. But also, I don't want to put funding there on an ongoing basis permanently, because I don't think how many movies have you drawn in? Like, I don't think there's a lot of measurables there. Like, I don't want to put that kind of pressure on economic development as well. It's like, I don't want to say, Mr. Lewington, how many movies or how many shots have been shot here and all that? Because I think a lot of the experts, the industry, know the world. They know what are the best places. They know if we need a shot of the Coolies or something like that, Lethbridge is on there. But I want them to be able to call someone, and I think we have awesome staff within the city, but do you think it's more appropriate that it be under the umbrella of the economic development that they have? I don't want Mr. Lewington, I can't tell Mr. Lewington what to do with his team, but to have someone does numerous jobs, but they have some expertise, they could be trained in that he could leverage them within his team. Would that make more sense?
I think that whoever does this should be dedicated to it. Because I think, speaking from experience, when you're split doing two jobs, because I did at one point tourism and film, and then I had to, film took over, and I had to push tourism and hire somebody else to do the tourism side and focus on the film. Because it's a lot of work. Film is a lot. When you look at the report of what has to be put in place, there is a lot to be put in place. And the sooner it's put in place, the better, because then when film comes to you, it's an easy and quick process. And if it's easy and quick process, then they'll have a great experience, and then word of mouth is unbelievable, and then they will come easily and more frequently. Where that person resides, whether it's in economic development or tourism or another culture or wherever, it's totally up to you. It can reside in any one of those three and be successful.
Okay, so my question to you, and obviously Fort Macleod has that look, has that kind of like, just seems like historic downtown, so it has that Empress Theater feel and all that. So right now, let's say there's a big movie. They go, wow, Lethbridge looks awesome. My question, I don't know if Mr. Lewington can answer, the city manager. I want to do a movie in Lethbridge. They call 311. What do they call?
So that's the thing. We know that.
Like, that's the question.
Generally, film location managers know to approach the municipality, and they know that it's likely going to reside in economic development, tourism, or culture. They know it's going to be one of the three, but every city is different. In our report, some of the municipalities we spoke to, it was in tourism, some it was in economic development, and some was in culture. But they will approach the municipality. And I think with This Is Us, that what's it called? Last of Us. I think Last of Us approached tourism, right? And then they spoke to them, and then tourism spoke to the municipality to try and coordinate things.
Ms. Bracken, have you ever had a phone call of your department saying, hey, we're looking at doing a movie? Not that it ever happened, it came to fruition, but did you have a lot of inquiries?
Through the chair to Councillor Parker. So the special event permit process right now is housed within Recreation Culture. So yes, we have had some calls, but like I said, maybe 20 over the past 10 years, so 1 or 2 a year.
And when it does come to you, you would send that to the people that you know that you can trust with this? You have people that you can, or do you have people?
Well, we would just take it through the special event process, right? Like the special event permitting process, which is to coordinate city services, essentially. But it's interesting, like through this process, to learn about the productions that came to the city that we had no knowledge of, and vice versa, that there were groups going to EDL, groups going to tourism, that had no idea what was happening at the city. So the question is a very valid one. Who do you call? And at the moment, anybody, and you'll get some type of help. From the city, we can get you fire services, we can close some roads. From EDL, they can help promote and, with those kinds of marketing, economic development relationships, tourism, same kind of thing. But right now, there's no coordinated approach.
So what it sounds like to me is we just need some kind of template in place that when something does happen, you can check off the boxes and you can, all the things that so it makes it easier for the movie producer, the movie studio, whatever, to say, you know what, Lethbridge has got a great template in place. Does that mean you need to have a person or you just need to have a good template?
So thanks to our consultants, we have great templates. The question is whose name and number is going on them. And that's what we're trying to figure out right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the answers.
Yeah, we did build that procedure for you. It's all
Thank you,
there.
and I appreciate that.
Just we have my question and then Councillor Dodek's. I don't mean to mischaracterize this, but I would like to try and characterize this. It sounds like the process that you're advocating for is passive. Mr. Lewington's process is aggressive. They're going out, they're looking for business. When business comes, you manage it. Is that a fair characterization or not?
I think that we have identified the need for both parties to play roles in this process. And we're just trying to figure out how to resource that and how to best divide the responsibilities between the two parties. If all of the money goes to EDL, there will be a lot of targets met. There will be great work done from outreach, marketing, recruitment, promotion. You will not get a permit process to manage the coordination of services unless City Council is comfortable having an external entity coordinate a city permit process. And there are some real risks and obstacles to that. If you only give funding to a city position, it would be more passive, definitely, because the city person would not have the capacity nor really the positioning unless direction was given to do that kind of active industry recruitment.
Thank you. Thank you for being very candid about that. I'm sorry, I haven't noted. Is this an FTE that you're looking for, or could this be a contract position for 3 years?
It is a term position.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dodek.
Thank you. My question is to Ms. Bracken. When I was listening to the consultant, she indicated that the option 2 didn't completely sort of capture the options that were provided. And what really struck me was that the person that they were suggesting that might be retained by the city would do marketing and promotion, and include such things as attend conferences and the like. And it seems to me that that's exactly what EDL would be doing. And then when I go to the report, it says the special event permit process is not designed to coordinate services and supports for film and productions, nor does it currently have the capacity to manage significant increases in the volume of requests. So the question would be, bearing in mind that the job of marketing and promotion really is with EDL, and bearing in mind Mr. Lewington has said that taking away $404,147 would certainly impact their ability to do that. And in fact, they might not be able to do it at all based on the lower amount. And bearing in mind that the special event permit process can accommodate some interest in the permitting process, would it not be fair to say that if we allow EDL to do their work with the full budget requested, and if it turns out that a flood comes in, at least for the time being, it might be just a trickle that special event permit process might be able to handle, and thereafter we could deal with it if in fact there is more than a trickle coming in. Would you agree with that very long statement? Oh, no. No cheating. Go ahead, Carly.
I would say that if there were 2 coming in a year like they do today, then our special event person would be okay to manage them. But based on the report that we have, we would say that if there were any more than that, we probably wouldn't do a good job.
But we at least have a little bit of an advance warning, and at that time, we could hire the person to do the permitting.
Yeah, if we were to know that that was the direction of council, to keep that in mind and come back if that were to change, we could certainly do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Both the city manager and the city CFO are in the queue. Who wants to go first?
Yes, my mic was on for the city solicitor because his console wasn't working, so.
Okay.
I just wanted to add some legal context to the comment about putting a permitting process outside of the city. We really can't delegate some of those kinds of powers outside of city employees. And the kind of, what I've been informed about the kind of changes that this process might require is rapid road closures, road bylaws, and an extreme coordination because, my staff that was in the meetings was saying, when these companies come, they need quick action from the municipality to coordinate those things. And what you've heard today is that the special events thing, might work for when you have 2 months out, but we all heard some other timelines from other kinds of productions. And we're just, we're going to have to, even to design the process, I would expect that there are some not insignificant bylaw amendments to our business licensing bylaws and some other bylaws that might need to be done just to do this. And so it's not as, at least as I've understood the process from what I've heard today and from my staff being involved, it's not quite as simple as perhaps maybe even the community services didn't realize some of the legal implications of a new process. And I just wanted to make sure that we took the time to ensure that council appreciated that as well.
That will be your weekends taken up putting that together?
Maybe even some evenings.
Okay. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Lowen, for that. Certainly appreciating that we do need to keep that permitting process in-house, but also taking into account what Councillor Dodick said, not having a person in place until we maybe hit 2 permits per year. I would actually like to put forward the motion of option 1, assigning resources to evaluate and begin implementing some of the consultant's recommendations, amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget initiative N41 to reallocate the original budget of $507,000 over September 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2026 period as provided in the table below that we have in the package, but also include in there that we have a trigger point of looking at hiring city staff, additional city staff, once we hit 2 permits per year. And then we can take a look at what resources the city may actually need. It may be more than 2 people. It may be something different that you're looking for when we come to hitting those 2 permits per year. So I would like to put that motion forward.
Thank you. Just before we put that motion forward, the city treasurer has something to add.
Thank you, members of Economic Expanding Policy Committee. Just on that, if council has that third wish to go forward, or members of Economic SPC want to do that, just be aware that we don't actually have a funding source for the next piece when it comes back and triggering. So that would be something at that time when it comes forward, we'd have to try to find a funding source because it's using the whole amount of the allocation.
And understanding that, and we may not be looking at this for another couple of years, and this may be something that comes forward even in the next budget process that could come forward as a pressure or additional FTEs at that time.
Right. No further questions, comments, concerns, debate? All right, we have a motion before us. Moved by Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Growing creative industries exploring City of Lethbridge involvement in the film and TV industry. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommends that Council approve option 1, which is to assign resources to evaluate and begin implementing some of the consultant's recommendations. Amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget initiative N41 to reallocate the original budget of $780,570 over the September 1, 2023 to December 31, 2026 period as provided in the table below, which is on your screen. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I think we've certainly heard both sides of this, but also understanding that if we do move the the amount of $404,000 out, EDL would likely not pursue this as an initiative through their board. So I certainly take that into account. When we first looked at N41 during the budget process, the proposed implementation strategy, year one focused on research, industry engagement, and development of required promotional materials and resources. Year two will be focused on target qualification, lead generation, and target acquisition. Year three will be focused on client care, inquiry, follow-up, and sustainability of efforts undertaken. Year four will be focused on measurement of efforts and key actions required in the subsequent business plan. At this point, we don't even have anybody working on actively attracting this industry to our area. Knowing that this industry moves fast and other digital and entertainment industries also need to be considered now, so we have animation and visual effects, esports, gaming, immersive technology, and digital media all working in this space in our city. And this is something that EDL can certainly has a background in, has already been working with these groups, and can certainly look at attracting more to our city. Once we get some movie interest and some actual interest in our city, then I think we can move on to seeing what city supports we may need. It may be more than one full-time staff member. It may actually be other city supports looking at permitting, but also looking at some other coordination efforts. With that, I will ask for council's support.
Thank you. Councillor Dodic, are you in for question or debate?
Debate.
Thank you. Please debate.
Yes, first off, I want to thank Ms. Brack and Mr. Lewington and the consultant, all who answered questions fully and candidly, and I really, really do appreciate that. I will be supporting this resolution. I'm not going to go into great detail by the questions I asked, the answers given. The reason should be apparent, but basically it's what Councillor Schmidt-Rempel said. And that is that we have EDL to do the marketing and promotion of Lethbridge, which will include attracting film and industry. And they've made it clear that without the full funds, which are actually reduced funds, that they would likely not be able to do it, and certainly would not be able to do it to the same effect. We've also heard from the administration that for the short term, they can handle a few requests for any films or TV requirements that may arise. And we've also learned that there hasn't been that many over the years, although we're certainly hoping that if this resolution passes and the funding is provided to Economic Development Lethbridge, that changes and that we get some interest in that area, and that we will be able to fill a position for the permitting process as needed once that interest is expressed. Again, I will support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodic. Councillor Campbell?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I won't add much to what already has been said, other than I really, truly believe that this is an opportunity right now for this council and for the city to get in the game. And I think it will, we have the right people on board to do it, and I look forward to its success, so I'll be supporting the resolution.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, going once, going twice, back to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I will call for the vote. All in favor? Well, he's not doing it.
All in favor? That passes unanimously. Thank you. There you go. All right, we have two last items on the agenda. Submission 6.2, Targeted Redevelopment Incentive Policy, Municipal Tax Cancellation for 601 6th Avenue South. Does any member of council have questions of administration in regards to this particular item?
I will make the motion. Okay, so Section 347 of the Municipal Government Act provides that council may cancel, reduce, or defer taxes when it considers it equitable to do so. The Targeted Redevelopment Incentive Policy, or TRIP, was approved by council for the purpose of promoting new construction or major renovation of medium to large scale projects that generate expansion to the assessment base in the downtown core. The renovation project proposed for 601 6th South meets all of the eligibility criteria for the TRIP policy. With a construction value of over $1.8 million, the project qualifies for cancellation of $15,000 annually for a 6-year period. Note, this is not a full tax cancellation, but calculated only on the increased assessment value. It is recommended that the TRIP policy be applied on this project. If there's any debate or questions,
There does not appear to be.
I will call the question.
Question has been called. All in favor? Motion passes.
The next one is very much like the previous application. This $1.3 million project at 411 3rd Avenue South qualifies for $18,900 annually for a 6-year cancellation period. Again, this is not a full tax cancellation, but only on the increased assessment value. It is also recommended that the TRIP policy be applied on this project. And I'll call the question if there are no debate, or call it for the vote.
Thank you. Vote's been called. All in favor? Motion passes. Thank you. I have 3 in-camera motions, one from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, closed meeting, Park Place lease agreement negotiations. 7.2, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee direct that the closed meeting discussions with respect to Park Place lease agreement negotiations remain confidential pursuant to Section 24, advice from officials, and the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
I'll call the vote.
The vote has been called. All in favor? That motion passes. Thank you. From Acting Mayor Parker, closed meeting airport operations update flare. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee directed the closed meetings discussions with respect to the airport operations update flare remain confidential pursuant to Section 24. Advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Acting Mayor Parker. Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? I see 2 opposed. 2 members are opposed. Thank you. Moved by Mayor Higgin, who is not here, so I guess it would be moved by me. Closed meeting tax cancellation request under compassionate grounds 7.4. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee directed that the closed meeting discussions, reports, and attachments with respect to the tax cancellation request under compassionate grounds remain confidential pursuant to Section 17, harmful to personal privacy of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Further, be it resolved that the Economic Standing...
Pay attention, boys.
I know. Thank you. Further, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting recommend that the Council approves the tax cancellation request of 2022 penalties and 2023 arrear penalties in the amount of $189.65 for property located at 43 Kootenay Place West, roll number 202-900-430001, under Section 347 of the Municipal Governments Act, RSA 2000, Chapter M26 of the MGA, and direct that this report remains confidential as per Sections 17 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. I'll call the question. All in favor? That motion passes unanimously. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are adjourned.